Akaisha, back to Maggie and Paul. Guys, your thoughts on the opener?
It is so great to see people.
We like number 2 in here. We'll just start off here and talk about Kentucky Rain. And Paul, we see him going out for Ben Colebrook, who will send out Raise Kane, excuse me. But that first race, which was really her only effort on sprinting on the main track, I thought was quite good. We don't know what happened. It was a long layoff in that second start and then thereafter. But I like what I'm seeing from her as she's third off the layoff.
I thought she looked well, too. Andy makes a good point. The one's going to probably try to get away from this group and see how far that she can go. I think the 2 with the Bug Boy lays right off Walter Rodriguez. You know, Walter is a rider that he rides a lot of Wesley Ward horses, so he's used to going to the front end. So I would think he sends the 1 in here. And Catch Me If You Can, I do think the 2 is live. And the 5 at even money, tough to take a horse at even money that
has had
continues to check in. Yeah, a lot of chances.
Yeah, she's had 11 chances so far, Girls House. And
because she comes from way out of it and she sort of sucks up second and third and not kind of a win type. This might be finally the field she runs into that she might win if the 1 and 2 do stop.
And maybe the 7 furlong distance will prove just right for Girls House. But Akaisha, both of us landing on number 2, Kentucky Rain, hoping she can get back to that 2-year-old debut race.
Maggie and Paul, thank you. Andy and I are with you as far as Kentucky Rain. And, of course, as Maggie touched on, Ben Colebrook has Raise Kane coming up this weekend in the Kentucky Derby. We'll see if he, at a big price, can make a dent as he won our Gotham here in New York and coming out of the Bluegrass where he was very, very far out of it.
I know the Clement stable is rooting for Ben Colebrook.
Of course, former assistant to Christophe Clement.
I like Raise Kane, a horse. I'm thinking he's more of a one-turn type horse that maybe he'll, races like the Dwyer that comes up at a mile. That's the kind of race for him. I think he's a talented horse, and I think he likes some distance, but I think it's too far, and I just don't think he's really good enough. Getting back to Kentucky Rain, I think he's a good example of she is why you should dig into PPs. Not just is she dropping down, but she was pulled up in one dirt race, and the other race, and I know it was muddy, but muddy and harrowed. And muddy and harrowed tracks are not that dissimilar to good or fast and harrowed. It's really sealed, in my opinion. It's a lot different than a regular harrowed racetrack. That race, that figure makes her very tough to beat in this race. And I think the question you have to ask yourself is, do you think 5-2 is a good enough price to take that she can get back to her one dirt race where she finished? And obviously, I think all of us think that's possible, which means she probably has no shot.
Right, the way to all 4 of us on this poor 3-year-old filly. We'll see at 5-2, but 4-5 is so short on Girls House. Not to mention she's been on synthetic. She's also 0 for 11.
She's 0 for 11. She has run fast enough in the dirt. She's not impossible, but I don't really trust her at all. I actually let the 1 Gormley-esque. I know she's a bit slow, but it's an interesting rider change. She can go the lead in this race, and maybe she can hold on for a little bit. I boxed 1-2 in the exact. I used the 2 of them in some doubles, small, into the 1 Golden View in the second race, who I'm hoping can try to wire the field for Eddie Keneally.
First race of Derby week as we get ready to kick things off at Churchill Downs with the opener beneath the Twin Spires, just 4 days away from Kentucky Derby, 149. Loading in for race number 1, your favorite even money as we go to track announcer Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Recite toward the outside, broke out okay. So did Gormley-esque and Kentucky Rain down toward the rail. They're advancing up the chute. They're crossing over. And Kentucky Rain is up for the lead. Gormley-esque trying to keep pace, but now pulls back off. Defers to Kentucky Rain, who leads the way down the back stretch run. Gormley-esque steps on the brakes there. Tries to angle to the outside of Kentucky Rain. Girls House comes on to grab third. And then it's Dogwood's Millie Jane toward the inside in fourth. Recite is away fifth, and Start Class to trailer. leader. Down the backstretch run, Kentucky Rain over to the inside to lead the way. Gormley-esque is a stalking second now. The opening quarter goes in 22-2. They're on the far turn. Kentucky Rain the leader. Gormley-esque starts to crank it up now. Gormley-esque coming after Kentucky Rain. Girls House is in a drive. Dogwood's Millie Jane moving comfortably in between horses up into third now. And Reciting goes to the outside fourth. Quarter pole, Gormley-esque wide off the turn. Kentucky Rain cut the corner. A big opening between them for Dogwood's Millie Jane. Girls House down the center. 1 furlong to go. Gormley-esque holding on to the lead. Dogwood's Millie Jane continues to rally. Here she comes. Dogwood's Millie Jane up for the lead at the 16th pole. Gormley-esque back into second. Dogwood's Millie Jane got it. Length and a half in the end. Gormley-esque was second. Tight for third there. Kentucky Rain or Girls House.
12-1 upset in the opener. The number 4 Dogwood's Millie Jane able to get up in time, taking advantage of a fading Kentucky Rain and a drifting Gormley-esque.
Yeah, Gormley-esque was her own worst enemy, drifting badly in the stretch, but gives some credit to Gilligan, keeping a straight path and being able to come through. She was a little bit slow, but relative to this field, how slow was she really? The one was terrible. The 2 was terrible. She tried for the lead and completely faded. And the favorite, the 5 Girls House, I mean, she couldn't have been worse. She had an easy trip. So it all set it up for a mild upset.
Number 4, Dogwood's Millie Jane, filly by Tapiture, gets the win here, going from synthetic to dirt and cutting back in distance a bit. We'll bring you prices in a bit. We'll also continue our discussion of Kentucky Derby 149. As race 1 of Kentucky Derby week is in the books. Trainer Brad Cox with 4 chances in the run for the Roses, looking for his first outright victory to have a horse cross the wire first in the Kentucky Derby. We'll talk more about his chances after this on America's Day at the Races.
Caraconte has the potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Caraconte proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Caraconte is a horse who has tremendous potential.
Caraconte standing at Gainesway.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. There goes your winner of the first race, Dogwood's Millie Jane, as she was able to split horses with the number 1 Gormley-esque, drifting out to pretty much open a nice clean path for her, Andy.
Yeah, she was able to keep a straight path, and the number 1, not such a straight path. And maybe helped cost her the race, but she kept it going down inside, and the first and second choices, really no excuses for them, unless you want to tell me the rail is bad for the two. I have no reason to believe that's true or not. It's the one race I've seen, but nice upset. Congrats if you had this horse.
27.60 to start the day, 12-1 upset in the opener at Churchill Downs. We turn our attention to race number 2 coming up next. At Churchill, we'll have another maiden claiming race, this one 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. Also for the fillies and mares, here's a look at the field. Pretty wide open board right now. You have some dropping in class, some stretching out in distance, a lot of changes for some of the young fillies in this upcoming race.
Yeah, it's a tricky race for sure. I was trying to make the 5 coming off a dead rail at Keeneland last time, but watching some of the races there were horses that did well making outside moves, but we saw some inside wire jobs, so I don't think you can make the rail dead, because that would be an excuse for the 5. I'm trying to make the 1 Golden View wire the field. I'm not sure you want to be the inside speed after watching that race. A lot of question marks here, and there's nobody in this race that looks like much the horse to beat.
Well, trainer Brad Cox will hope that he has the horse or horses to be in this year's Kentucky Derby, sending out 4 runners in Derby 149. I think perhaps the one who is his best chance, so to speak, is Angel of Empire, winner of the Arkansas Derby. Usually he's smiling a lot more than he is in that press conference.
That's a bad picture of Brad. He's a much happier guy than that. I don't like that picture. It's about the most accommodating person in racing.
Oh, he's great. Especially anytime you want an interview, he will always give you one, which is so appreciated by the media. As we're taking a look at Angel of Empire's Arkansas Derby win, 94 buyer speed figure for this performance.
Arguably as visually impressive as any of the winners. On the other hand, it was also partly because he wasn't exactly beating the strongest of fields, and the 94 buyer he got gives him a chance to win the race, but it's not the kind of figure you want to take on a short-priced horse. But you have to admire the fact that he made a somewhat of a premature move, really moving early in this race to break it open, and he kept going forward. Stamina doesn't seem to be an issue. He seems to be a horse that's improving with every start. He's in a good barn. Definitely a player in this race, but I wish he was just a little bit faster.
That was definitely the fastest race that he's run so far. Let's see if he's peaking at the right time. Flavien Prat, who was aboard in his most recent start, will be aboard yet again. $70,000 son of Classic Empire. Already banked over $1 million. And we'll see what Angel of Empire can do, but that's not the only chance that trainer Brad Cox has as he looks for his first time to cross the wire in the Kentucky Derby down to the inside, breaking from the rail. He'll have Hit Show, winner of the Withers here in New York, and a horse that was just beaten in that tight photo finish in the Wood Memorial last time out. He's been the favorite in every one of his starts, Andy. That won't be the case on Saturday.
Well, I'm dying to pick him, though I don't think I will, because I want to pick the horse on the rail. I wonder if drawing the inside with a new gate is really as big a hindrance as some people make it out to be. And also with Hit Show, he's not a forwardly placed horse. So with the rail, I don't think it's going to affect him that badly. And I think the thing to like about him is that he ran against his better nature last time. Because he had the outside post, they had to be aggressive and get him in the game, and he's probably a horse that wants to sit back and make one run. The negative is he, too, hasn't shown to necessarily be fast enough. But unlike some of the others, he's going to be a big price, and I think he's a little better than his last race looks. So he's the kind of horse I would want somewhere on my tickets.
Benny Franco, leading jockey, most recently here in New York as we wrapped up the meet at Aqueduct, and somebody that's gotten a chance to see Hit Show quite often. Maggie, will bring you back into the conversation. I know you've had a chance to catch up with Manny about how this horse trains coming into this Derby.
Right, I talked to Manny about the work that he had to back with verifying, and a lot of people I found were critical of it because he was tossing his head about and just really wanting to do a little bit too much. And Manny said if you fight him, that's when he gets a little unruly. So he doesn't do that when he's going fast, and he can kind of get into that stride. And I agree with Andy. I don't think that the inside post is that big of a deal anymore, and it's not like he's a deep closer where he's he's going to find the whole field folding over on top of him. He's quick enough to get out of the gate and find that early position, and therefore it allows Manny to easily save ground, something, as you guys just said, he was not able to do in the Wood Memorial, and I think he had a pretty rough run in that Wood. I like the way he's been training. I watched him this morning gallop. He trains with those draw reins on because he is one that can get a little headstrong, but just really floating over this Churchill Downs surface quite nicely. And Acacia, you know, it's funny, when you kind of started this segment, you said possibly Brad Cox's best horse coming in, or at least might be the shortest odds, is Angel of Empire. That's not the one that they have liked all along. They've actually liked Verifying from the start, and Hit Show, they've loved the progression, always thought he was nice, but it's just ironic how these horses can come to hand unbeknownst to their trainers.
So much can change at this stage of the game. Maggie, thank you. We're so excited to see Hit Show, and of course rooting for our Withers winner. And as Maggie touched on, Andy Verifying for the same connections as well, the half-brother to Midnight Bisou, and was a horse that just turned a lot of heads as far as the pedigree right at the beginning. While Verifying has not yet won a graded stake, he will break just outside his stablemate Hit Show and try to live up to that big pedigree.
Yeah, my problem with Verifying is, just to be negative first and then I'll be positive, because I have plenty of positives about him, is I think the distance is a little bit of a question for him, and he's going to likely be forward in this race. And I think this pace could be a little bit hotter than some think it might be. And I wonder if he gets a little bit burned up. And if you're trying to get a horse to maybe go a little farther than his very best, you probably don't want to be compromised by pace. Sure. The positive for him is, in looking at the Bluegrass, my initial reaction to the Bluegrass was Tapit Trice was the best horse. I'm not so sure that was the case, because if you look at how the race was run, this race basically fell apart. And Verifying was the one who was close to the pace. Now, maybe the pace setters in that race just weren't good enough, so they finished where they sort of figured to finish in there. But I think Verifying ran very, very well, and he hit the wire very close with Tapit Trice. So if you like Tapit Trice, you're certainly supposed to consider Verifying in here. You have to decide whether you think he wants the distance. Tapit Trice distance shouldn't be a problem for him. But I think there are some real things to like about Verifying, the more I looked at him, at least.
He ran a very big race last time out. The final one for trainer Brad Cox is Jace's Road, 50-1 on the morning line. You can get ready for the thrill of a lifetime and join us for the biggest race of the year. Celebrate the Kentucky Derby with a $40 bonus on May 6th by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $200 each at Churchill Downs and Belmont Park on Derby Day, and you can earn a $40 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in today. Well, speaking of beautiful Belmont Park, we are so happy to be back here opening day, Thursday, May 4th. And there are some changes coming from Belmont Park, all for the best, all for the future of New York racing and for the sport of horse racing. We'll talk a little bit more about it when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
Surprisingly down the outside, Scottish Star here, surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app today. Just outside the paddock, beautiful Belmont Park. Remember, you can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Join now, get a $25 free bet just in time for Kentucky Derby 149. Plus, new members can earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and a $200 deposit match. Thursday coming up, opening day at beautiful Belmont Park. We are so excited to have the opportunity to be back here, the home of the Belmont Stakes, and some big news released this weekend, Andy, as the New York State approved the budget to construct a new Belmont Park, a $455 million loan, so that Belmont, which was last renovated in 1968, can adapt. We can look forward to the future. This is at no cost to the taxpayers. Will provide a lot of jobs, a lot of opportunity, and a bright future for New York racing.
Yeah, I don't think you can stress how big this news is. And I know it came out on Derby week and so much attention to Derby. But this is huge, huge news for us in New York racing, but also for the industry as a whole. And as you said, Acacia, correctly, the number of jobs it will provide in building the Belmont Park, keeping people employed, but also bring the Breeders' Cup back to Belmont, but also doing something with this facility for the future, because we have to be thinking the future. This facility is outdated.
Yes.
We use about 30% of it maximum, and it's just going to waste. We need a more modern facility, and we have so many people to thank, so many of the politicians that helped make this happen, and so many different people in the state of New York that helped make this happen, that understood how important this is for the economy of New York, how many jobs racing brings, because Saratoga doesn't exist in a vacuum. You don't just sort of open Saratoga up without a healthy Belmont Park. Belmont Park is the nexus of racing in New York State, and without racing in New York State, racing around the country basically could shut down, which could shut down racing around the world. So Belmont Park is as important a cog as there is in the racing industry, and this is great news. A lot of hard work by a lot of people at NYRA and outside of NYRA as well, and a lot of thank yous to go around. But this is a huge, huge event for us in New York, and we're all very excited and proud that this is happening.
So well said. Couldn't agree more. We will have a new and a little bit smaller grandstand. Indeed, some updates to the backstretch housing as well to take place here in New York. So all good things for the future of Belmont Park and for the sport in general, as Andy mentioned. May 4th, this Thursday, opening day. We hope that you'll join us. We cannot wait to have you back here with us for the spring meet at beautiful Belmont Park. That Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, June 8th to 10th. And of course, you have the opportunity to watch that on Fox Sports for the Belmont Stakes this year. Andy, some really important days, some days that we have always looked forward to, but every day of racing at Belmont Park is truly something that we really enjoy, and really look forward to having all the fans back and the horses here at beautiful Belmont Park.
No, I mean, I'm thrilled that I'm going down for the Derby for Friday and Saturday, but I hate missing opening week here. It makes me happy to at least be here these couple days covering Churchill, just to be back at Belmont. I took a video from my office, which is all the way on top, to show people, you know, the infield at Belmont. It's great to be back. It's been a long time.
Yeah,
been too long.
Since July 10th was the last time we were here.
Basically 10 months, and I think it's the longest period, maybe the longest period of my life, at least going back to the mid-'70s, since I was away from Belmont.
And that Belmont Stakes coming up on June 10th, as you saw, you can watch with all of us on Fox. As we turn our attention back to today at Churchill Downs, we continue the live racing action. The second race coming up, tricky maiden claiming here with a wide open board at the moment. 3-1 favorite, tepid favorite on the number 3, Luna Moth, who is taking a drop in class and will look to use that to find the winner's circle.
I'm not betting horses off synthetic form. This is horses won dirt races fast enough to compete, and certainly not impossible dropping down. But I think it's a mistake to take short prices, as we talked about in race number 1, on horses pretty much based on their synthetic form. They are different surfaces.
There is the number 2 Party at Grants heading out as you get a look at that new paddock in place. A lot of changes that had been taking place at Churchill Downs to make the experience better as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see those, and they're making a lot of changes. They're always making changes at Churchill's and always making it better.
Horses heading out along the horse path for race 2 at Churchill Downs. And we'll get a chance to meet the field here again. This is a maiden claiming going a mile and a 16th. Fillies and mares in the spotlight coming up here. 3-1 on Luna Moth, your tepid favorite. Looked like a good crowd out there too. Do you have your hat ready for this weekend?
Yeah. What do they call them? A fascinator.
Fascinator?
Yeah,
you're doing a fascinator this year?
I'm thinking of doing that.
Well,
no, I don't really have anything to cover. So.
Well, look forward to seeing the fashion.
Bald head is my hat.
Look forward to seeing the fashion choices from Andy Serling for this year's Kentucky
I'll be sure to send
Derby.
you some photos.
That's good. Yeah, I look forward to that. Stepping onto the track for the second at Churchill Downs Fastlane track we're dealing with here. Track in great condition, and after all the work that they put in that turf course as well, and we'll see some really exciting turf stakes coming up over the next few days. The turf looking in great condition at Churchill.
Yeah, no, I'm really hoping that course has grown in. We'll get a better feel for it because last year was very tough going. This horse can wire the field, stamina an issue, but I got a feeling this one's going to be dangerous with Luis Saez in the front end.
That's Golden View stretching out for Eddie Keneally. Here's Party at Grants.
And debuted at Mahoning Valley, but actually ran well enough to win here.
The 3 Luna Moth, co-favorite now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I understand the thinking with the drop down. The 1 dirt race is fast enough against better, but not my cup of tea.
Here's what everybody wants. I've skipped this one already. Rudimentary Drink coming up next. I was looking forward to lots and lots of gold.
Broke about 3/4 of a length slow. Had a decent trip after that and was past trying to close, which I don't like.
That's 1 of 2 for Ken McPeak. Here's lots and lots of gold.
If you think the rail was not the place to be at Keeneland, this horse made a big move up it, and maybe you think a dead rail. If not, you can't make an excuse for the loss.
Stretching out, here's the 6 Promise Me Paradise.
Yeah, it's all really a turf pedigree. It's not a dirt pedigree, as this one tries the dirt for the first time.
This one on the bottom side, Plus Power, a bit more of a sprint pedigree.
Yeah, and has really done no running whatsoever at big prices at Oaklawn, but is a big price.
And first-time starter, Embraceable to the outside.
By the way, Christian Torres is riding. Was that his first Churchill mount after being so impressive at Oaklawn? Yeah. Embraceable, first-time starter, is not taking a lot of money for Ken McPeak. He's 0 for 5 at Churchill with first-time stars and maiden claimers in dirt routes, and he's 0 for 11 overall.
Interesting stats there. Plus Power, trained by Mark Cassie, who, of course, will send out Wonder Wheel in this year's Kentucky Oaks. His assistant, David Carroll, standing by with Maggie.
Who is also a graded stakes winning trainer in his own right. But Dave, you've done wonderful work for Mark Cassie as his assistant for the last few years. We were just talking about Wonder Wheel and the time that you've spent with her. It's kind of been off and on throughout her career. You said you got her back into your string after the Ashland. What are your impressions?
I mean, listen, we're just so happy to have her back in the barn. Everyone that has her, you know, you love to have a filly like that under your care. But no, it was great to get her back. She's very familiar with Churchill. This is where she broke her maiden, did all her, you know, got most of her education, maiden, the debutante, and then she went on to Saratoga. So she's very much at home here. She seems very comfortable, eating very well, moving well. Had 2 really nice breezes over the track, and hopefully she'll bounce back and run the race we think she's capable of doing. It's hard to believe that the 2-year-old champ had to wait for defections to get into this year's Oaks, but she's only had the 2 starts now as a 3-year-old. Do you think third off the bench we could see her best effort? If her morning training is any indication, yes. She's just training now with a vigor. She came in, she was a little bit aggressive, but now she's just settling into her routine, seems more relaxed, more happy, and hopefully the Twin Spires does its trick again. Talk a little bit about Joelle Rosario climbing aboard for the first time. Tyler Gaffalione has been on her every single start, but you had to call an audible given the fact that she wasn't originally in the field. Absolutely. You know, Mark and Mr. Green were hoping to get Tyler aboard. You know, at the time, she was not in their body of the race, and Tyler had been riding pretty mischievous, and, you know, we just didn't want to be left without a jockey, and especially with the Joel Rosario sitting right there. So, I mean, I think it was just a decision that we wanted to get a jockey booked that could come in and get on her as well and familiarize himself with her. And he's just an unbelievable jockey, and I think he'll fit her beautifully.
Well, wishing you and the entire Cassie team the best of luck, Dave. Thank you so much for your time.
Maggie, thank you very much.
And Acacia, it feels like that wide open Kentucky Oaks this year. Why couldn't the 2-year-old champ of last year get the job done?
We'll see if she can get back on track. Maggie, thank you. Beautiful filly by Into Mischief she is. Now, there is Disarm schooling in the paddock. I should have known Steve Asmussen would be holding the shank himself. Of course, Kentucky Derby contender Steve Asmussen looks for the one thing that seems to be missing from that illustrious resume.
Bad news for him. It ain't happening this year.
He's a good looking
It's going to
horse,
happen
though.
at some
He
point
looks
for
a
him.
lot like Gunrunner.
I like him as a horse. I
do
think he's a
too.
nice horse. I just think
Yeah.
he's better shorter. He just feels like a horse if he comes out of this race okay, that Steve should be thinking about the Woody Stevens with him, you know?
Such a beautiful mover. I'm a big fan of that horse as a talent.
Yeah.
So, well, let's see. Let's get our eyes on the ground. Maggie, how's Disarm looking schooling?
You're right, Acacia. He's gorgeous. He really, really is. I saw him this morning training. He just has such a classic look and an honor and eager type, honest and eager look to his eye. He is getting a little bit excited here with Steve Asmussen, who has been on his head, actually walked him over himself from the stable area. Just kind of feeling himself, so to speak. Nothing too exuberant, but also getting a good look at Tim Yakteen's duo in here, Reincarnate. I've become familiar with him, having run in Arkansas for the majority of his preps. He's such a good-looking animal, Acacia. If anything, he's put on weight since I last saw him. Now, practical move, I'm not familiar with him, but I like what I see. Yes, the question really with him is the overall distance. He is a little bit more of the shorter back type, but still, he's not completely limited. Acacia, these are some good-looking horses heading in to this year's Kentucky Derby. Watching Disarm strut his stuff here around the paddock, love what I see.
So great to get such a nice little sneak peek, so to speak. Maggie, cannot wait to see those talented 3-year-olds tacked up and ready before Saturday's Kentucky Derby. We have race number 2 coming up at Churchill Downs here, though. It's a maiden claiming for the fillies, 3-year-olds and upward, and I've seen a couple of horses being a little bit rambunctious out on the track. The one, Golden View, very sharp, Andy, stretching out in distance. You think this one could potentially take them every step?
I'm going to take a shot with him to wire the field, so we'll see what happens. Not an easy race. I wouldn't pretty much argue with anybody here and there. I wouldn't take the 3 at 7-2. I'm not sure about the 5 at 5-2. I wish I had I don't follow enough Keeneland to know. If I was confident the rail was bad, I would really like the 5, but I just don't have enough data.
There is Mark Cassie's runner, the number 7, Plus Power. You heard from David Carroll on Wonder Wheel, the 2-year-old champion. See if she can turn things around in this year's Kentucky Oaks. Loading in for race 2 at Churchill Downs. This maiden claiming graduation day for one of these young fillies. Plus Power being a little bit naughty with the starting gate crew, a little bit reluctant to go in as she will stretch out in distance. Has only ever gone 6 furlongs in her 2 starts so far. Christian Torres, who had such a good winter down at Oaklawn Park, will be aboard. We saw some really nice wins from Christian. He's staying really relaxed despite the fact that Plus Power is giving the starting gate crew quite a bit of trouble. And we'll see if they can get her in. Now, this is when things can get a little bit dangerous, when she tries to start rearing up like this, and you can see the crew will try to get behind her and urge her to get in. That's not an easy job being on the starting gate crew, Andy.
That's why it pains me when I hear people criticize gate crews, wherever they are. And I understand that mistakes sometimes happen. And listen, we all are capable of making mistakes. It is such an incredibly dangerous job, and for the most part, they do an exceptional job at dealing with horses that can be any kind of high-strung. And I have the utmost respect for the people that do that job.
And they often share notes from racetrack to racetrack. If there's a horse that's potentially quirky or a little bit difficult, nervous behind the gate, they're well prepared, and they do everything they can to keep the horse and the rider relaxed as they've got Plus Power in.
and they will sense it if you're not.
Absolutely. One more to go for that first-time starter, Embraceable to the outside. Let's go to Travis Stone.
There in the gate. And they're off. And Golden View bounces out on top. Promise Me Paradise from the outside comes on to prompt. These two go 1-2. Promise Me Paradise outside now. Comes on to take the lead and crosses over to the rail to lead the way to the opening turn. Rudimentary Drink comes on to be second with lots and lots of gold. Golden View broke on top, but is back into fourth and toward the rail. Lunamoth comes away in fifth. Party at Grants toward the inside sixth. Embraceable in the clear seventh, and Plus Power the trailer. Turning to the backstretch run, Promise Me Paradise on top 3/4 of a length. Lots and lots of gold continues to prompt from second. They went that opening quarter in a moderate 24 and 3/5 seconds. There's 5 furlongs to go. Promise Me Paradise the leader. Lots and lots of gold continues on from second. Golden View pushed along toward the inside third. Rudimentary Drink is fourth, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Luna Moth is sent up 4 wide. Luna Moth is rallying, but is wide on the far turn. Then it's Party at Grants, followed by Embraceable, Plus Powers at the back. 3 furlongs from the wire. Promise Me Paradise fending off, lots and lots of gold. Luna Moth is now third, but has been in a drive. Rudimentary Drink is right there in behind in fourth. Party at Grants comes alive with a wide move from fifth. Top of the stretch, Promise Me Paradise, lots and lots of gold. Luna Moth continues a sustained rally and has grabbed the lead right at the 8th pole. Luna Moth to the front as lots and lots of gold is back into second. Party at Grants is third. Final 16th, and it's Luna Moth out in the center of the track with a 2-length lead, and she will be the clear-cut winner on the wire. Luna Moth was first, tight second there. Lots and lots of gold. Their Party at Grants. Rudimentary Drink was fourth.
Luna Moth victorious going from turf to dirt, and the drop in class. She found the right spot today.
Yeah, she had no problem handling the dirt today and got a nice wide trip. And what we've seen so far, it seems like outside runners have been doing better. And having watched Churchill as much as we have the last few years, a lot of times the rail has been very strong. I don't know if there's anything wrong with the rail, but they are kind of evaporating down there, aren't they, a little bit? Makes me wonder if maybe you want to be outside right now on this track. Whether or not that can change, we'll see.
You saw the number 6, Promise Me Paradise, fading down on the inside. She was forwardly placed early along the rail, but closing on the outside was the number 3, Luna Moth, victorious in race 2 at Churchill Downs. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about the Kentucky Oaks contenders, including Wet Paint, who's been very consistent for trainer Brad Cox. Brad looking for his 3rd victory in the Kentucky Oaks. Can Wet Paint keep the momentum going? We'll discuss her chances and a few of the other main contenders after this quick timeout on America's Day at the Races.
Honor Code, a multiple Grade 1 winner from the final crop of the legendary AP Indy. Never off the board in 11 starts, he was crowned champion older horse before retiring. Now he is living up to the promise of his pedigree. With progeny like Grade 1 winners Honor AP, Max Player, and Maracuja, and multiple 6-figure yearling sales, Honor Code stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
We're back on America's Day at the races as we see Luna Moth heading into the winner's circle after race 2 at Churchill Downs. The filly by Ransom the Moon found her friends on that drop in class, Andy.
Oh, Ransom the Moon.
Yeah, how about that?
The Moon for us. Calumet Net Silks getting into the winner's circle and made a nice big wide run there. And so far, we're seeing wide runs be successful. We'll see if that trend continues.
There she is on the outside in those black silks and the black blinkers, closing, able to run down the number 5, lots and lots of gold. There in the stretch, still unofficial, and it looks like they can't tell who was actually second, as it's not listed, just noted as a photo. Very tight between the 5, lots and lots of gold, and the 2, Party at Grants.
That was close.
Very close.
We need Paulie to call that.
I know. Paul's very good.
He's like a human photo finish camera.
I love that. The Kentucky Oaks just 3 days away in the run for the Lilies as we take a look at Kentucky Oaks 149 as its own day now for the girls, just as old as the Kentucky Derby. 14 in the body of the field with 3 also eligible to go 1 1/8 on the main track. And while Brad Cox has 4 in the Kentucky Derby, he has 3 in the Kentucky Oaks. So he's a little bit busy this weekend, including Wet Paint, who will break from post position number 7 and is your morning line favorite at 5-2.
Obviously, Wet Paint can win this race. There should be enough pace for her to make a run. She seems to consistently make that run, and she ran her best figure last time. Not the kind of figure that broke any stopwatches, but still her 89 figure makes her a major player here. I wish she had beaten some better horses. I mean, you start looking at the PPs, the horses that finish behind her, and it is not particularly compelling. On the other hand, she's consistent. She shows up. She's got the right trainer. She's dangerous, as is Botanical. If she can handle the dirt in there, I'm questionable about it, but if she can, she could be dangerous as well. Brad's hand is pretty strong in this Oaks.
Won at the Oaks in 2020 with She Dares the Devil, and 2018 with the champion Monomoy Girl. More on Botanical in a moment, but first we'll take a look at the Fairgrounds Oaks as we see the top couple of finishers coming out here. The top 3, Southlawn, the winners we touched on early in the show for trainer Norm Cassie. Pretty mischievous. Unfortunate post all the way outside in 14, and the Alice Look finished 3rd.
Right, the post obviously did her no favors, and that's being kind. Having said that, I thought Pretty Mischievous maybe moved a little soon, ultimately, in this race, as the race was coming apart at the end. Now, Southlawn drew a lot better, and Southlawn might be a better horse. But Pretty Mischievous has run well before, and if you're one of those people that think it matters, I'm not, that she's done well at Churchill, she has. And the fact that she has that outside post is going to make her price a lot more enticing. But Southlawn, like Wet Paint, has to be considered one of the major players in this race.
Raylu Gutierrez, big opportunity for him with one of the major players in the Kentucky Oaks. He'll stay aboard after piloting her to victory in her last 2 wins, including that Fairgrounds Oaks. And as we touched on, a big opportunity as well for young trainer Norm Cassie.
No, it's a huge for both of them. I agree, and both friends of mine and guys I'm rooting for. I'm hoping they do well in this race. I don't know that I want to take a short price on her, but I don't think you can argue against them being major players. And Raylu, you know, people say, oh, he hasn't had the experience in these big races. He won that riding title down at Fairgrounds, and if you know Raylu, one thing you know, he does not lack confidence, and that's an important factor. I kid about it, but it's important to not lack confidence, and I don't think Raylu's going to get in that gate and say, I don't belong in this race. He does belong in this race, as does Southlawn, as does Norm Cassie.
Confidence, a huge weapon to have in these big races like the Kentucky Oaks and Derby. But as mentioned, Brad Cox with 3 potential winners of the Oaks, and that does include Botanical, who Andy touched on. She's only ever run on turf and synthetic, but she's won her last 4 races, Andy, including her last 2, which have been some gaudy Beyer speed figures.
But why didn't Brad want to run her on dirt? Now I get it. He had Punchbowl for the Ashland.
He had plenty to try and keep separate.
Right. He had a horse for the Gazelle. He had, you know, but he could have sent her to California. He got the getting while it was good, and I think she is a very good filly. I mean, she's got the highest Beyer figures of anybody, but they're on synthetic, and that's interesting because it's also the case in the Derby. The highest Beyer figure in the Derby is Two Phils coming off synthetic. Now, Two Phils has dirt form.
Yes.
And I don't love that Brad's kept it there. She's a Medaglia d'Oro, so he says you could handle the dirt. dam side, a little bit questionable as far as that. So I'm a little worried about that. Medagliadoro can also lean turfy. So I wonder if she's one that's leaning more in that turf synthetic area. He'll find out. You know what? If it doesn't work out, there's a lot of other races he can run her in because she might be good enough for the turf to try our turf triple races for the fillies. She's an interesting horse in there, and you have to ask yourself, what do you think a fair price is to take on a horse that it's a crapshoot whether or not she's going to handle the dirt?
Absolutely. You do imagine of Brad Cox's 3 in the Kentucky Oaks, Wet Paint will be the shortest price. He also has the Alice Look, again, 3rd in that Fairgrounds Oaks behind Southlawn and Pretty Mischievous. Back at Churchill Downs today, and here's prices for the 2nd. Now, Luna Moth got the win at $9.48, but there was a dead heat for 2nd between the 2, Party at Grants, and the 5, Lots and Lots of Gold.
No, it looked close. It was close.
If you couldn't call it, then you are in good company. Dead heat for 2nd in race number 2. Our Kentucky Derby Week conversation continues. How will the California shippers fare coming in for the Run for the Roses? Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby winner Practical Move comes in off a big victory. Can he keep the momentum going?
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Nest, much the best. Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Keisha Pamon, Andy Sterling, Maggie Wolfendale, and Paul LaDuca here with you as we take a look at the field for the 149th running of the Kentucky Derby. As Andy mentioned, after the post position draw, a couple of horses with some incorrect morning line odds, so that has been updated, including Jace's Road should be 50 to 1. Is that correct?
Yeah,
yes.
not our fault. They
yes.
were. It was just they were mistyped, not by us when they came out that way.
Right.
So it had to be correct.
Absolutely.
Mistakes get made again. Jace's Road should be 50 to 1.
50 to 1. Yes.
He should be 50 to 1 as well. He's
Yes.
about 80 to 1, but he should be 50 to 1 more.
Oh, there's the look at the field of 20 with those 3 also eligibles. Winner of the Santa Anita Derby, we see Practical Move, who is kind of waving the banner for his sire, Practical Joke, where there were some big hopes for Practical Joke of being the son of Into Mischief. There were some questions as to whether his progeny could get the distance. Practical Move won, going 1 mile and 1/8. Now we have to see, can he handle the 1.25 miles?
And is he good enough? Well, he's got triple-digit buyers. That's something that not too many can say in here. And he's got the only ones on the dirt. Now, he gets that good inside position after that, and thought he got a good trip. He probably moved a little early as far as the race was run. The runner-up followed behind him, the Japanese horse who's an AE in this race. Now, the horse who's on the outside, 3 wide, that's Skinner. And Skinner's kind of what I want to talk about. Not because I don't think Practical Move can win, because I do think he can win this race. I worry a little bit he's going to be too forward, and for a horse that, once again, maybe a little distance challenge like Verifine could be a problem. Skinner feels like the kind of horse you want, right? It's John Sheriff. He's got that mystical sort of the Giacomo, Zenyatta, and all that, and he's also a terrific trainer, and he's a closer. He's a horse that can come from farther behind. So is he putting himself into the race because he's worried the paces are kind of slow and it's California, and can he in the Derby set back much more and make that one big run? Or is he really not a horse that wants a 1.25 miles or a 1.8 miles? Now, he comes close here, but look at this race. And if you look at his prior race, they're both similar. He makes runs in there like he's going to blow by and win.
Yeah.
And he doesn't get it done. Now, you want to say he was compromised a little bit by being wide? Okay, maybe that's the case. The wide runners at Santa Anita have done okay. I just worry he doesn't really finish. And if you look at his pedigree, which I know, Acacia, knowing you have, he doesn't really top out much beyond a mile. And I wonder a little bit if Skinner's an interesting horse in here, but is he really a closer that wants the extra distance?
Practical Move, of course, on the inside, able to hold on in that Santa Anita Derby. Skinner on the outside. And you bring up some really interesting points about him. And that's why watching these replays are so important when you go into the Kentucky Derby. Of course, you know the ones that have won the big races, but sometimes the horses behind are ones that are interesting, and you can pick some things up as to how they've run coming into this.
Yeah, and I have nothing against Practical Move. And if he ends up being the kind of horse that's like 10-1, and everybody says, oh, the Practical Jokes, he can't get the distance. Look at Practical Joke, he couldn't do it, as though that means he can't. They'll all get the distance. The question is how fast. And so far, he's been very good in his races. Decent trips, but he's also attacked. He's made the trips. He's made the early moves. It's not like everything has fallen in his favor. So he's not impossible. And I think Skinner's dangerous. Now, the question you ask yourself with Skinner is, what if he's able to sit back and just wait and wait and wait and make that big run towards the end? And if the race kind of falls apart, it works for him. I question him at 1.25 miles, but I also think he's a dangerous horse in here as well, Skinner, and he's another horse that can win in what is a super, super competitive Kentucky Derby. And my best suggestion to people is keep an open mind, look at a few horses you want, say to yourself, what kind of price should they be? And when they end up being twice the price you think they should be, maybe that's the horse you want to bet. Maybe your fourth choice, but maybe a horse that offers value, because some horses will get lost in this Derby.
And we'll see if a son of Practical Joke can get the distance. I think there was a similar conversation a couple years ago with a son of Into Mischief and the likes of Authentic, who certainly had no problem getting the distance. Well, on Friday, we're going to have some exciting stakes action to kick off our meet at beautiful Belmont Park. Of course, opening day will be on Thursday, but on Friday, we take a look at the Sheepshead Bay. And while it is a compact field, Andy, it's a very competitive one. It's really Chad Brown versus Christophe Lamont. And we'll take a look back at Christophe's two runners, we'll take a look back at Chad's runner, including My Lady, winner of, I'll say this for you, too, would be the very one coming out of Gulfstream, going a mile.
How much that matters to me. I'm trying to get these PPs up. I'll tell you something. This came up, I heard some people say, oh, there's 5 in the Sheepshead Bay, there's 2 Clements and 3 Chad Browns. It's actually a very good race.
Very good.
All of these horses are good. So I think it's the most competitive Sheepshead Bay we've run in a long, long time, because there's nobody that stands out way above the field, and every one of them can make a case to win this race. Did Amazing Grace run her best race first time in the country? That's a question you want to ask. Can Higher Truth, who runs well when she runs, but she runs so infrequently, at least she's putting back-to-back races together. Atomic Blonde ran well in that race. Did she move a little bit early in there, and maybe she'll be better? Virginia Joy had a big win here last year, but it was a bog. Fortunately, we're not going to get that this year, and it was an uncompetitive race last year, and My Lady's dangerous as well.
Here's the Orchid, also down at Gulfstream. The gray and the red cap is Atomic Blonde, and as you mentioned, she was the one that made that first move, while her stablemate Amazing Grace kind of made that last run to close and get the win in between horses.
Right, and maybe she just moved a little soon in this race, in a different situation can get her to the winner's circle. I mean, I haven't done a deep dive in this race. I'm not going to be here, but when I first heard people saying, and I thought, oh, 5-horse field, then I looked at the race and thought, Well, I don't know.
You can make a case for every single one.
And you could add 3 no-hopers and have an 8-horse field, and these 5 would be the ones. So don't just, turn your nose up. It doesn't matter what barns they're in. They're all trying to win the race, and they're all competitive in this race. This is a very, very evenly matched field.
Back at Churchill Downs today, we have the 3rd race coming up. We'll meet the field, kicking things off with the one Music Man Sandy.
Yeah, going out for Lynn Cash. He is everywhere. I looked him up. He's 9 for 109 at Churchill Downs with a $1.07 ROI for what it's worth.
Sonia Dor went by. Here's the 3 Electric Sense.
I like Electric Sense in the air. I thought he could be the speed. John Velasquez riding debacle last time, but I'm hoping he can bounce back. But is the inside a bad place to be?
Bourbon with Ginger. There'll be a lot of that drunk this week, I think. Here's Acacia Help Me.
I love this. Is this what's named for you? You named it for me. I mean, Acacia Help Me. There's a lot of those around. Mr. Connecticut, Acacia Help Me. I mean, you're everywhere.
Jackie Flash went by. Here's Dominica Lucia.
Yeah, maybe break from the outside will help, but probably has to get faster. I think horses like Acacia Help Me on this racetrack, from what we've seen the first 2 races, and Jackie Flash, they could be helped if you think outside runners are doing their best work.
That's the field for race 3 at Churchill. It's a claiming race, 6 furlongs on the main track, as we'll also take a look at another stake coming up at Belmont on Friday, the Grade 3 Westchester, and this is also a very competitive race. Zandon was entered to run this weekend, Scratch this past weekend, I should say, at Aqueduct. Scratch will run in the Westchester at Belmont on Friday, and we'll get a chance to see him making his first start since the Cigar Mile, taking a look at him finishing behind Epicenter in the Jim Dandy.
And he has a real chance to be a serious player in the handicap division. I'm so excited to see him get started. Good horse, he was probably a little overbet in the Cigar Mile at 3 to 5, but also it was a slow pace that really held together, and that track was favoring horses that were forward. So I don't hold a Cigar Mile against him, and might be using this race as a prep for the Met Mile, such a huge race. But he's coming in some horses in good form. Wayburn, Unbridled Bomber is in great form. We think White Barrio's probably going to go down to Churchill Downs.
Yes, he is.
I am surprised because he got sick shipping here. I'm surprised they want to risk it, but it is a Grade 1. Dr. Ardito looking to step it up, and of course Repo Rocks as well, looking to bounce back from a slightly subpar performance in the Carter.
Here's Dr. Ardito, who has won 6 in a row after he was able to stretch out in distance a little bit. The New York bred coming in terrific form, and he will go into open graded stakes company for the first time, but you can't knock him for what he's been doing lately.
No, he's a very good, relentless runner. There's no doubt about it, but he's finding the competition a lot tougher than the ones that he's meeting. But at some point, you've got to find out where they stand, and this is the time to find out. With all these horses, can Expressman, who ran okay in the Carter, can he take a step forward? Berwyn Calling ran a huge figure of 100 last time. Take a shot, see where you stand. There's a lot of big races going forward, and you want to ask yourself, do I belong in the biggest races or some slightly lesser races?
Here we see the Carter, the Grade 1 Carter. Now, do take note that the horse in the purple cap, that's today's Flavor, came back to win this weekend at Aqueduct, cutting back into New York bred company, I should say, in the Affirmed Success. But Expressman ran very well, I thought, in this race. And as you mentioned, kind of Repo Rocks took a little bit of a step back versus those huge buyer speed figures we were seeing from it.
Right. I think the question you want to ask yourself with Repo Rocks, and by the way, today's Flavor, I think got a 99 buyer, is did he sort of peak and maybe now he's heading on a downward cycle? We'll really find out if he can keep it going. There are a lot of questions, a lot of subplots here. But Zandon's really the big name, but he's also coming off a layoff. So we'll see if he can get it going. This race basically is a prep for our Met Mile, which will run on Belmont Stakes Day. And this is such a great time of the year. I mean, not only with the Derby and all the big races in the Oaks, the big race there this weekend, but you see a race like the Westchester and these horses coming back. You look at that race, a very good race in the Sheepshead Bay. The really good racing is coming back, and it's just going to be a great, great summer into the fall, as it always is.
We have a lot to look forward to, and yes, news did come out from Dave Gretting in the Daily Racing Form that White Barrio will run in Saturday's Grade 1 Churchill Downs and not in Friday's Westchester, as Andy mentioned, scratched from the Carter after spiking a temperature shipping to New York. So we'll see how he fares going to Churchill Downs. Instead, back to race 3 today at Churchill. Horses on the track. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, you're right. Acacia horses on the track for race number 3. It's a $20,000 beaten claimer here. And, You know, when you look at the one in here, Music Man Sandy, I guess how do you pronounce that? I'm not even going to try it. I think this horse is on paper the horse to beat, because considering that, you know, she's won 4 races and the rest of these horses have won a couple races. So she's got a little bit more experience. I think she can lay in a good spot. Andy raises some good questions. Speed so far, a couple horses have gotten to the front end, and it seems like the wide sweeping move has been very, very good. And it was actually good on opening night on Saturday as well. So we'll see how this shapes out here. And, you know, I turned around. Jason Barkley's right behind me, and he looked right at me with the 3, and he gave me the send sign, like, we're going. And there's no secret. The 3's going to the front end here with Johnny V. Last time out, I was asking, you know, Jason what happened. He said, listen, the horse just got in a wicked speed duel, 21-3, and just backed out. He thinks if this horse can get clear, she starts getting brave on the front end. So at 9-2, I don't know if I can trust that horse, because you know you're looking at the 2 and the 3 in here. They're just coming off awful races. Can they rebound? I think that's the key in here. The 6 in here for Steve Asmussen. You know, the Sam Houston horses have not been, you know, transferring that well. At least they didn't transfer that well at Oakland. We'll see how they transferred. You're going to transfer here to Churchill Downs, but you get Tyler Gaffalione. I like the 5. And Acacia, please help me with this 5. The horse has got the best numbers. I think this horse is going to be sitting in a good position. Got a closing type of style. You're getting 7-2. You're getting Brian Hernandez and Robert O'Connor. I think Brian's a very underrated jockey as well. So I'll go with the 5 here at 7-2. Although I do think the 1 is the horse to beat, just because she's a 4-time winner.
All right, Polly, thank you. 7-2 right now on Acacia Help Me, cutting back in distance, turf to dirt. And she does look to seem to find herself in the right spot, Andy.
Yeah, and I do see so far, and it's been only 2 races, there's a little bit of an outsidey flow, which obviously would help Acacia Help Me, might help Jackie Flash as well. And interesting, I would bet Electric Sense in here, bad last race or not. But I'm a little leery of possibly being the inside speed, and so I'm not going to take that horse. But 4-1 does seem like a fair price as of now. I guess the appeal of Music Man Sandy is the big drop down, but 5-2. This horse's figures are consistently a little bit slower than the others.
I thought she'd be a little bit closer to some of the others in here. 3-1 on that horse on your screen right now, Jackie Flash for Steve Asmussen. And one thing you got to love about Steve Asmussen, he's claiming horses for 12-5, and he's running in the Kentucky Derby all in the same week.
And the more I see Steve, he's such a tremendous action junkie. I mean, he just loves it. He does. He loves it. It's great. I mean, he's claiming horses left and right. Doesn't matter. Claim at lower levels. Wants to run them. He owns some of them. It feels as though Steve's having a lot of fun out there in the game.
As you should. It should be fun.
I can respect that. Absolutely.
We're so results oriented. And I saw a quote from Larry Ravelli, of course, trainer of 2 Phils, who will be running in the Kentucky Derby, and he said, "This is what we do it for. This is what it's all about, is to have these kinds of opportunities and have a horse that's doing well, that you've put a lot of work into, and hope that it pans out whatever level it is."
There will be a lot of misery and a lot of disappointments. Horses getting injured, horses not living up to the potential. You have a horse, a 2-year-old that works really well. You get excited out, and they run on the track, and you just can't believe how badly they run sometimes. And so many things happen that you really have to learn to appreciate when things go well. And this is a huge week for so many people. And yes, there will be many more people disappointed after the results than people who are pleased. But there will be some people that will have life-changing experiences this weekend, and that's one of the great things about racing. There can be these moments. You think about yourself and myself, certain events we've been part of that really are some of the greatest moments of our lives, and if it wasn't for racing, we wouldn't have them.
Some incredible memories, some great people that you meet along the way, and these horses that really do take us on the most wonderful journeys, and we're thankful for them more than anything each and every day. Race 3 coming up next, this $20,000 claiming race. Again, 6 furlongs on the main track. As favoritism has shifted over to Jackie Flash, Steve Asmussen's charge, Tyler Gaffalione going to be aboard. Tyler Gaffalione, as you heard from David Carroll earlier, though, he had been riding Wonder Wheel, had already committed to Pretty Mischievous. this. And unfortunately, with that outside post and blinkers on, he'll try to navigate a trip for the Kentucky Oaks.
No, I'm hoping he wins it because I think I might pick Pretty Mischievous in there. I think she's a very, very interesting horse. And with that post, I think her price will be better than the 10-1 morning line. So I'm hoping she can overcome it.
5-2 still on Music Man Sandy. This is a 3-year-old filly, though, so don't get confused. She does take a drop in class, and this is the level at which Lynn Cash claimed her. I thought you brought up some really interesting stats for the barn, but a barn that really ships with intention as well. And, of course, with some of the track situations that we're seeing going on at Laurel Park, you've seen trainers shipping horses elsewhere to run, and he does that with Music Man Sandy.
Yeah, well, he ships anywhere and everywhere.
Yes.
I mean, it's unbelievable. He won a race this winter with a horse that couldn't compete at Mahoning Valley and came here. I just find, for myself as a handicapper, an enormous amount of randomness. And there's always a certain amount of randomness in the game, but the idea is to try to create something out of the chaos.
Mm-hmm.
With him, I just find it to be chaos. So I have a lot of trouble with his horses. But if you find him a little interesting and he's a big enough price, he's the kind of guy that's good to throw in. I don't get him at 2-1 at all in this race.
Your favorite as of now, the 3 Electric Sense, 4-1. Does take a big drop in class as well. We'll see if she can take them every step of the way. And another good opportunity to watch how the track might be playing, as Andy touched on with the first 2 races. We saw outside closers making those big moves, and these are the days early on in the week, especially leading up to those big races, when you have to pay attention to how the track is playing.
Yeah, I think you always have to look at that. And because we've watched so much Churchill over the last few years and seen the inside seemingly be so strong, it's odd to see it the way it's played. Once again, I want to say, there have been 2 races run.
Absolutely.
These are lower-level races. I don't want to make any definitive statements, but based on what we've seen so far, it doesn't appear to be great to be inside, and it definitely seems better to be outside, but that could change, and it might just be an aberrant races.
We'll see if it continues. Travis Stone is the call of race 3.
And they're off. Electric Sense bounces out on top. Bourbon with Ginger is away well. Those 2 go 1-2. Electric Sense is fleet-footed early and opens up to lead by 2.5 lengths. Bourbon with Ginger chasing from second. Sonia Dor comes through toward the inside to grab third. Jackie Flash racing fourth. Domitia Lucilla on the far outside is fifth. Acacia Help Me down toward the inside sixth. And Music Man Sandy's to trailer past the half-mile pole. 6 lengths behind the round the far turn. Electric Sense leads the way by 2. Got an opening quarter in 21-2. Pace is sharp on the far turn. Bourbon with Ginger's on the chase from second. And Jackie Flash is revving up 3 wide on the outside third. Sonia Dor toward the inside and fourth. They're at the quarter pole. And it's Electric Sense off the turn trying to see it out. The lead is still 1.5 lengths. Bourbon with Ginger's trying hard from second. Jackie Flash down the center. Sonia Dor's picking it up late down toward the rail. 1 furlong to go. It is still Electric Sense. The lead is 3. Acacia Help Me running up on the outside with Sonia Dor. But here's the wire. And Electric Sense gate to wire. 1.5 lengths in the end. Acacia Help Me is up for second. Sonia Dor was third. Tight fourth, Music Man Sandy or Bourbon with Ginger.
Electric Sense takes them every step of the way. And Andy, we see a wire-to-wire winner, but John Velasquez seemed to be very intent on make sure to keeping her off the rail a little bit.
Yeah, maybe I could have been smart enough to realize that the Hall of Famer and one of the all-time great riders, John Velasquez, too, might have watched the first couple races and said, I'm the clear speed. I can get her off the inside, which is exactly what he did. And she's a crazy price at 5-1 in this race. And Johnny did everything right, getting her off the inside and able to hold off Acacia Help Me, who made a little run.
Turned out to be a bit of an overlay. Electric Sense taking them every step of the way with Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez in the saddle. It's the first 3 races. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we will continue our Kentucky Derby discussion, including a little conversation of the Japanese invaders. It seems they've won most other races on the big world stage. The Kentucky Derby is next on the list. We'll talk about Derma Sotogake and Continuar and their chances in the run for the roses.
a picture is worth 1,000 words. This is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
We're back on America's Day at the Races as Electric Sense heads into the winner's circle in the third race at Churchill Downs. John Velazquez aboard, and this filly takes them gate to wire.
Yeah, no, that was a very, very good price on this horse, considering, and Johnny got her off the rail. She made a lot of sense. I allowed myself to get a little too overly worried about the inside.
13-18, as John Velazquez, of course, has a date with Reincarnate, who we just saw schooling in the paddock in this year's Kentucky Derby. Good-looking colt by Good Magic, and Good Magic, of course, was close in the Kentucky Derby behind Justify. We'll see if his son now can wave his banner.
I still feel if Good Magic had drawn outside of Justify in the Preakness, he would have beaten him that day. The way that turned out,
emerging from the fog.
Yeah, that was a crazy day. But he also ran well behind a nice horse in Justify. He was a very good horse, Good Magic.
Absolutely. Justify, of course, Triple Crown winner. Very short-lived career from that horse. But John Velazquez will be aboard Reincarnate, as he has certainly known how to win the Kentucky Derby. He's standing by with Paul.
Yeah, he certainly does. I'm with Hall of Famer Johnny V. And just a little taster here before we get to the big race here. This horse ran giant for you today.
Very nice. Pretty much he told me just let it come out of there and just try to give a little break the first part of the race, but make sure you got it out first. Don't take too much all over it. She's going to throw the head up for you, so I'm just going to give and take a little bit. By the 3/8, just put my hands down and let it do her thing.
You thought you were home? Because it seems like the wide rally's been good on this racetrack so far.
Yeah, a little. By the 3/16 pole, I was kind of questioning myself. Did I let it run a little too soon around the turn? And then by the 8 pole, I got after her, and she kept responding, so it was very good. A good feeling underneath on me anyway.
Okay, let's go to the big one. Reincarnate was schooling in the paddock. I thought it looked tremendous. Is his last race better than look, considering that Angel of Empire and King Russell came from way out of it, and you were up on the pace, Johnny?
Listen, I thought he ran a really good race compared to all the things that happened to him, through those 2 weeks prior to that race, and all the rain that we got in Santa Anita, and he couldn't really train and properly go into the race. Just kind of stop and breathe. So got a little bit tired on the race. I think if he comes back now, like the last 3 weeks, he's been training straight to the race, and he's working really good. I think he'll be really tough.
You think he's mid-pack type of horse? Where do you think you're going to sit?
I think he's going to be the first 3, though. I assume that, the time that the first time when he ran in Oakland, he broke bad. He was way back there. I don't think that's what he wanted to do. It just happened. He broke bad. We got squeezed out of there, just like 3 jumps out of that. But I think he's going to jump well out of there. He's going to be in the first three going to the first turn.
I'm going to ask you a tough question here. Of all the 19 other runners, who would you be more scared of, or who do you think is the horse to beat in the Derby?
I mean, obviously, Forte is running constantly, and he's being very steady, basically, and really showing up every race. So he's going to be the top horse. You know, it's having a trip, and with 20 or another 19 horses, if you will, for him to get a position where he's comfortable in, and that he can close the way he's doing in the prior races, though. So it's a little tougher when you got 19 horses around, though, you know. So, but he's a horse to beat no matter what, though, in my eyes, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully they don't go 21-4 like they did last year, because I remember looking at you going, what the heck happened last year? But Hall of Famer Johnny V gets the score here. It's a little taster before he's on Reincarnate in the Kentucky Derby on Saturday.
Well, we'll see. As Johnny mentioned, it's all about the trip, and Reincarnate will have to navigate one for John Velasquez. He'll also be aboard Affirmative Lady in the Kentucky Oaks, and some nice insight on how he thinks the race may play out from the Hall of Famer.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's right. This year in particular, I mean, trips are always the obviously important situation, but when you have a Derby field that's as wide open as this one, trips are going to be very, very important. And it's funny how there have been a number of Derbies run, but there really aren't that many trips. Now, there have been some Derbies run that are chock full of trips. It just really depends. Sometimes it seems to be a fairly cleanly run race, but not always.
Well, Japan, we have seen being dominant on the world stage. Saudi Cup, Dubai World Cup weekend. And we take a look at the UAE Derby winner, Derma Sotogake, who has definitely turned some heads, I think, particularly with the global domination from Japan. The third place finisher from the UAE Derby, Continuar, was an invitee coming into the Kentucky Derby as well. And we'll see as trainer Hidetaka Otonashi makes his first Kentucky Derby debut. A former jockey, has been training since 1995, and Derma Sotogake looks like he will be forwardly placed once again.
Yeah, and I think much like last year, we'll see these horses be forward. Maybe probably not quite as fast a pace as last year, but I think they'll be moving a bit. He didn't run as well in Saudi when they tried to rate him. He ran much better when he was forward in the UAE Derby. The UAE Derby is not a route that I would ever choose for the Derby. There's just it's so hard to win this race. To throw in that kind of shipping, coming over from Dubai and doing it, just puts another monkey wrench into it. I have little doubt that this is a very talented horse, but I do feel because the Japanese horses, and rightfully so, have gathered a lot of attention, that people are going to overbet this horse a little bit, and I worry about him having to go too fast early in here and whether or not he can win this race off of that route. But he is a talented horse, and I'm not going to be shocked when he runs well in here, and he's another horse that price would matter to me. If he ended up 12 or 15 to 1, I'd have no problem betting him. But if he gets bet down in the 6 to 1 range, I have no problem betting against him. And I think you really have to let price be your guide. And one thing for people to keep an eye on, take a look at those Oaks Derby will pays and get a good idea from that maybe what kind of prices horses are going to be. And that might give you an idea for a roadmap for you for betting the Derby on Saturday.
The other Japanese runner, Continuar, being post 20 for trainer Yoshito Yahagi, who you might recognize as the trainer of Love's Only You and Marsh Lorraine, the two Breeders' Cup winners for Japan last year, I should say 2 years ago now. And we'll see if he can continue having the success he's had coming stateside.
He just got so badly beaten by Derma Sotogake that I wonder a little bit if he's good enough in here. But obviously, as you say, the trainer has had success winning big races in this country.
An interesting conversation as to how those Japanese-based horses will fare, particularly both of them being by some talented American sprinters, with Continuar by Drefong and Derma Sotogake by Mind Your Biscuits. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about honoring the legendary Isaac Murphy, celebrating the history tied to Churchill Downs in the state of Kentucky.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5, Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. On Wednesday at Churchill Downs, we'll see the Isaac Murphy Stakes as we celebrate an African-American jockey who's truly one of the greatest and holds such a key piece of history in relation to the state of Kentucky and Churchill Downs, the son of a former slave, the first 3-time Kentucky Derby winner, and a big part of celebrating and shaping the minds of those young jockeys wanting to be just like him.
We're here at African Cemetery number 2. It's a historical landmark for the city of Lexington, really the state of Kentucky. But not only are there tremendous amounts of equestrian horsemen buried here, but you also have Buffalo Soldiers and very prominent African-American class people in terms of doctors, lawyers, attorneys, and dentists. Most importantly and most notably is Oliver Lewis, who as a 19-year-old African-American jockey will ever be remembered as the first Kentucky Derby winner in 1875. Then followed by James Soup Perkins. He won the Kentucky Derby at age 15. And then lastly, the great Isaac Murphy. Isaac was a 3-time Kentucky Derby winner, 1884, 1890, and 1891. He rode in 11 Kentucky Derbies. He was able to really bring people together. You know, white and black alike flocked to the track to see this man and all his glory. And Isaac's 44% winning percentage will probably not be eclipsed. Isaac was really able to, you know, communicate with the horse through his hands and his warm personality. We just felt like there needed to be representation in terms of the African-American contributions to horse racing. We formed a nonprofit, the Project to Preserve African-American Turf History, with the goal of an ongoing running project that really paid homage to this forgotten past. We created the Isaac Murphy Image Awards to honor or to recognize prominent African-Americans in business, education, entertainment, and sports. And we wanted to do that by bringing them to the Kentucky Derby, learning a little bit of history, and what better way to recognize them with an esteemed Isaac Murphy Image Award. The overall mission of PATH is that we wanted to find ways that we could integrate the history into the equine industry and really have some outreach and outgrowth in terms of setting the next generation up in terms of learning about this forgotten past. I think it's, you know, when we really get down to the nuts and bolts of it, this story gives us a lesson in terms of diversity and inclusion that I think is very relevant today. It provides us with a blueprint to really amplify that message and that story nationwide, especially in times like this. Horse racing in its earliest days set the foundation for a sporting culture that far exceeded anyone's expectation. And I think, you know, if we can get the sport back to where its days of glory and its prominence, but more importantly, its impact on diversity and inclusion, I think everyone wins in that situation.
Isaac Murphy, born in Frankfort, Kentucky, the first jockey elected by the National Museum of Racing into the Hall of Fame, has won some of the most prestigious races in our sport and one of the highest paid athletes in the U.S. at the time. As mentioned, a truly amazing accomplishment through his talent and perseverance as the son of a former slave.
No, it's a great, great story, and African Americans played such a huge role as far as riders, especially way back, if you go back a long, long ways, and I'm glad to see them getting much more recognition.
Isaac Murphy, just the 7th individual to have a stake at Churchill Downs named after him. And the Isaac Murphy will be race 9 on Wednesday. For more information on that great organization we just learned a bit more about, you can check out the Project to Preserve African American Turf History, also known as PATH. Here's a field for the Isaac Murphy, 1.5 miles on Wednesday at Churchill Downs. We'll take a look at next, who will break to the outside coming off of a win Breeders' Cup weekend in the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, formerly the Marathon. He'll make his first start of his 5-year-old career, I should say.
Unless Flavien Prat is aggressive with Warrant, he's going to be able to control again on the front end. I don't know how he did it last time because there were faster horses in the race, and they just allowed him to waltz around the racetrack, and he ran a gigantic race, the best race ever run, and he does seem to have found a home, winning 2 straight of these long-distance races, and he'll be the one, layoff or not, to catch on the front end.
He's a horse that actually broke his maiden sprinting on the turf and is now going a marathon distance on the main track. We'll take a look at Lone Rock, the so-called expert of these marathon distances. Lone Rock coming off a 2nd place finish in the Temperance Hill in his most recent race, but we'll take a look at him winning the Isaac Murphy last year.
I think he benefited a little bit from the layoff, but he still isn't running the same kind of fast figures he's run before. Now maybe second off he can get back to it. I'm a little bit dubious to seeing it happen. Not sure if time has caught up to him a little bit. He's still very good. He's still competitive, but I don't know if he has that kind of oomph he had when he had that incredible performance winning the Brooklyn here a couple of years ago on Belmont Stakes Day.
Scarlet Fusion comes off of a 1.5 mile victory on the turf in his most recent effort for trainer Joe Sharp. But this is the horse that we saw win an allowance race going 1.5 miles back in November at Churchill.
Yeah, he's handled that distance before. He hasn't done it in a very quick time, so he's probably going to get faster to win this race. And he's won his 2-to-1 morning line. I don't agree with this morning line. I don't think there's any way this horse will be a shorter price than Lone Rock. I know he won a turf race last time, but his dirt races aren't really faster than Lone Rock's, and he doesn't have the resume. The horse there's an absurd morning line on is Calibrate at 12-to-1. I'm going to have to disagree with this morning line. I mean, he completely turned his career around running long last time out. We'll see if he can do it, and Cody Rosen was on a big rush when this horse ran well, but Calibrate was a totally different horse going long, and he was anywhere near 12-to-1. I'd be betting him. I'd be shocked if he's half that price.
Beat Lone Rock and Warrant most recently in that Temperance Hill at Oakland. That's the Isaac Murphy coming up on Wednesday. Back to today at Churchill Downs. We have the 4th race coming up next. This one is a non-winners of 2 in life, 1 mile and 1/16 on the main track, fillies and mares. Big price on Wilmore to the inside.
Yeah, big price for a reason. Just seems a little too slow and been running in cheaper races on synthetic.
Tap the line, stretches out in distance.
Yeah, we'll see if the stretch outs helps. I doubt it.
Here's Beach Kitten.
Looks like the speed. Can this rider get this horse off the inside the way John Velasquez did last time?
Well, we know this is what Andy always says. Here's I'm here for the party.
Yeah, that's me. That's my line. It's my line. I don't think there's going to be a party after the race for this one, but he does stretch out. Should be forward, Luis Saez.
Broker maiden last time out. Here's Fast Gal.
9-5 on that horse. Fast Gal tries the dirt for the first time since a sloppy track debut at Ellis. Did not handle it well that day.
More Romance makes the first start of the year.
Yeah, not impossible. Last race was fast enough.
Takes a little bit of a drop in class as well. Here's Dreamy Less.
Last time this horse was on a dry dirt track was at Churchill Downs and resulted in a very facile win. I thought she was the horse to beat.
And Ramadan.
Yeah, I mean, she's been on the dirt twice. I will say one thing. This horse's dirt races are fine. From a figure standpoint, the dirt races fit very, very well. So I won't be shocked to see her be a factor here. I'm more like 7s and 8s.
9-5 on the number 4. I'm here for the party. Who'll be ridden by Luis Saez. He will be aboard Tappet Trice in this year's Kentucky Derby. As we take a look back at his bluegrass, and Andy, this is a horse that in his first few starts had really had trouble getting out of the gate, and then he would take himself so far out of the race and really seemed to resent the kickback a lot. It seemed like he improved quite a bit in this bluegrass.
He did, but Luis Saez has to ride the hair off of this horse from start to finish.
Louis needs an oxygen tank after the race, I think.
Really, honestly, I mean, listen, it's great to get an opportunity to ride horses like this, and to be riding one of the favorites in the Derby, you'll do anything to do that, but he must get exhausted riding this horse. He ran well in here, no doubt about it. He was a little more professional. I just worry about a horse, and I think he's a huge player. I think he may be as talented, if not the most talented horse in the race. But I just worry about a horse that you have to ride the whole way going 10 furlongs, and he still barely beat Verifying, who I think in some ways ran the better race. But I think Tapit Trice is more suited to a 1.25 miles, but maybe the price will make Verifying a more attractive wager.
Now, Tapit Trice would be Luis Saez's first Kentucky Derby winner. Of course, crossed the wire first with Maximum Security, and he was, of course, disqualified after that. So it would be a very special win for Luis Saez.
Any Kentucky Derby win would be special for him, and the way Louis handled that disqualification with Maximum Security says so much about the kind of person that he is.
Class act for sure. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Well, I have to say that not only does Steve Asmussen love the action, I don't know when he sleeps, because he's running horses, he's doing morning training, he's also schooling all of his own horses too. And we do have 2 of his filly/mares in the paddock here for the La Troyenne, the Grade 1 on Friday. We do see Society, who Steve has right now, and she has that beautiful flaxen mane and tail. She's done well since I last saw her as a 3-year-old. She's going to have to look to get back on track, but she does only have that 1 race under her belt in the Grade 1 Madison, where she finished 3rd. But I really like what I'm seeing from her. She's filled out quite nicely too. And then Pauline's Pearl has been the utmost professional. She is a dual Houston Ladies Classic winner, looking though to get back on track. Disappointing effort last time out, but she's been cool as a cucumber and just really relaxed here. Society wanted to get a little bit headstrong when the other horses from this race walked out, but Acacia, I really like what I'm seeing from this filly here. Sorry, I'm like just watching her with my eyes. She's completely dappled out. Now she gets that 1 run under her belt as a 4-year-old. I think there's a step forward with her as she tries this La Troyenne.
She's definitely intriguing, Maggie. Thank you, Society, who has came off of the layoff, faced the champion Goodnight Olive in the Madison, will stretch back out in distance now. We know she has that early speed, and it'll be interesting to see how this race does play out, as you have some other speed with Played Hard off the layoff to the inside, and some very talented horses in there, including Secret Oath and Search Results. Yeah,
it is a very, very interesting race, as I'll try to hunt my way through my PPs to find the PPs for the race. I mean, you start out with Search Results. I don't know if I can trust her to show up, but she shows up with an A effort, and she's going to be very, very hard to beat because she's very good. Secret Oath, obviously she's good. Wayne Lukas is being, as he likes to be, super aggressive, running her back, running the colt back as well on even shorter rest. I wonder if Lukas will have her ready on her best race off of this short rest. Classy Additions, a horse who's improved down in Florida for Todd Pletcher. Can she bring that improvement and maybe take another step forward in here? I don't know what to do with Society, because her 2 big races are at Charlestown and Parks. That bothers me. Her races at other tracks are uncompetitive. I want to see her do it at an A track, at a Churchill, at a Belmont, at a Saratoga. But obviously she has a lot of talent, and she is very fast. And looking at the pace projector, it's hard not to believe she'll be in front.
Back to today at Churchill Downs, 4th race coming up here. Again, Luis Saez is on no longer a favorite, but the number 4, I'm Here for the Party. Favoritism now shifting to the outside a little bit with Rusty Arnold's drop-down runner, the number 7, Dre Me Less.
I agree. I like the 7, Dre Me Less. I would play a 7-8 exacta, a little reverse. That would be my idea in here.
The narrate Ramadan or Anna Mia, as you mentioned, had some races off the turf at Horseshoe Indy that would actually make this filly quite competitive, though she largely has been a turf or synthetic player. Loading in for the 4th race at Churchill Downs today, and we'll send it up to Travis Stone for the call.
Waiting for I'm Here for the Party Who's Gone In and Ramadan. They're in the gate. And they're off. Dreamy Less from the outside is away well, so too Fast Gal. Ramadan is hustled out of there, and Beach Kitten punches on through, and she comes on through to take the lead. So it is Beach Kitten into the first turn, angling over to the inside to set the pace. Fast Gal prompting in second, Dreamy Less on the outside third. Ramadan from the outside post to the rail, tucked away neatly toward the rail in fourth. A break of 4 lengths back. I'm Here for the Party is away fifth. Tap the line to that one's inside in sixth. Another 4 from there back to More Romance, and Wilmore is the early trailer. The opening quarter goes in 23-3. They're moving down the back stretch with 5 furlongs to go. It's Beach Kitten with a short lead. Dreamy Less prompting second, in no hurry to go by so far. Ramadan has come off the rail to track them from third. A margin of 2.5 lengths back to Fast Gal fourth. I'm Here for the Party started to make some progress toward the rail. Up into fourth within 4 lengths of the lead. Tap the Line has tailed off, now about 6 lengths back. More Romance passes her. The trailer is Wilmore as they round the far turn. 3 furlongs to go. Beach Kitten is still in front. Ramadan with steady progress is up challenging for the lead, and I'm Here for the Party's coming on 3 wide. Fast Gal is there, and right in behind is More Romance needing to find a way through. They're off the turn. Ramadan short lead. I'm Here for the Party attacks from the outside, and More Romance is switched out for the final furlong. It's I'm Here for the Party and Ramadan in a pitched battle at the 8th pole. Ramadan up for the task. I'm Here for the Party responds in kind, and these two nip and tuck with 100 yards to go. Ramadan, I'm Here for the Party. I'm Here for the Party, and Ramadan. Photo! I'm Here for the Party got a good bob. Ramadan right there. More Romance and Tap the Line.
As Travis Stone said, a good bob for the number 4. I'm Here for the Party game under Luis Saez on the outside. Andy, you mentioned the good dirt races from Ramadan, the 8, and this filly ran a bang-up race.
She did, and a good ride by Ray Lewis. He took her the inside to save ground the first turn, but he got right off the rail. I'm Here for the Party. I'm looking at her races. I'm looking at the race, and I've absolutely no idea how this horse won this race. Her races are slow. She looks to be a little bit distance challenged by looking at her PPs. This is one that won the race that I can't even make a case for after the race, but if you had her at 7-1, congratulations.
5-2 she was. 7-1 was the number 8 on the inside. Yes.
How was she 5-2?
She was a short price favorite at one point. The horse that did go off your favorite, though, the number 7, Dreamy Less, a non-effort from her, really. She was 3-2. The 7.
She was awful. I like the 7. She was awful. No, she had absolutely nothing. I played 7-8. Why was this horse 5-2?
Maybe Luis Saez? Not sure. But I'm Here for the Party. Looks like she got her head down in time. Got all of the bob on the outside. It was 4-8-6-2 in race 4 at Churchill Downs. We'll bring you prices and more after this. Stay with us for this quick break on America's Day at the Races.
These are the trainers and teachers, the cooks, carpenters, and clockers, grooms and gardeners. These are the hardworking people who show up every day to keep horse racing running across the state. Good-paying jobs that support New York families, along with the thousands of local businesses that depend on Belmont Park. Modernizing Belmont Park would generate $1 billion in economic activity and protect and create thousands of jobs. Albany, create New York jobs. Modernize Belmont Park.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapo, where the obscure becomes obvious. In race 4 at Churchill Downs, the number 4, I'm Here for the Party, goes into the winner's circle, but there is an objection. It's listed. Does it say official/objection? We'll take a look at the head-on. There is an objection, second against first here, Andy. The number 8, Ramadan, over the number 4, I'm Here for the Party.
There's a better chance of my dunking a basketball than this horse coming down. I understand what that is. You're right. It says official objection.
Objection, yes.
It should say inquiry objection. I understand what Raylu Gutierrez is thinking because Luis Saez came in on him, and there was a little contact because he was holding his ground, Raylu, which I really like about that. But he was also coming out a little bit there, Raylu, and there really wasn't even that much contact, and some of it was because Raylu was coming out, though I do think that Luis Saez came in first, but there's no way this is coming down.
Let's go to Maggie standing by with Luis Saez.
Well, Andy, he feels pretty confident as well. But, Louis, just talk us a little bit about what happened out there. And I got to say, I don't think there's anybody, any trainer would rather have on their horse than you because you're one of the strongest finishers in the game.
Yeah, well, I always try pretty hard, even if I'm trying for second or third. And, well, I always give my 100%, and horses try to, always win. So that's a great thing about our team.
Let's talk about Tapit Trice as we see no change here. You were right. You said it was him. But Tapit Trice is one that you have to consistently stay after. Louis, we saw you in the bluegrass. He finally broke a bit better, more from the inside, but you immediately got him out. Is he a horse that reacts negatively to kickback?
Yeah, well, he when he ran in Tampa, I think was the weather condition that they start hitting on the face, try to climb and go a little bit back. But then Mr. Top been training him and teaching him from behind horses, and he been getting pretty well. Last time he did a great race. He actually brake from the inside. He got a little smash in the first turn, and he reacted pretty good. So I think we're in a good shape for the Kentucky Derby.
I was going to say, with a more inside post position, and he keeps progressing. Louis, from you, from race to race, what do you like most about his progression?
Well, I love the horse because every race he been running, he been get better and better. And last time when we came to the top of the straight, I had so much horse. I just was waiting to put the head a little bit in front and just stay there and save him for this big race Saturday.
Oh, looking forward to it, Louis. Best of luck. Congrats. Always winning races no matter what level you're at, though.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
All right, Luis Saez for Home Wrecker Racing and Eddie Keneally here. And he is here for the party, Acacia.
Could be a big party for Luis Saez this weekend. Maggie as Tapit Trice, his Kentucky Derby mount, and Louis, of course, moving his tack over to Churchill Downs full time. We'll see him in the summer in Saratoga, but will be based in Kentucky and picking up another win. But as Louis said, he felt a lot of horse underneath of him in the bluegrass. He'll need to work at it, but we'll see if he can work out a trip.
Yeah, he definitely has to work hard on him. But if you're Luis Saez, it's nice to have mounts like Tapit Trice and races like the Kentucky Derby.
And good thing he's as strong a rider as he is, Luis Saez. You can see him working on that horse every step of the way. Picks up the win here in I'm Here for the Party in race number 4. As Maggie mentioned, no change after that objection, 4-8-6. It stands as they cross the wire, $7.14 winner in race number 4. We'll be on the turf for the 5th race in an allowance race coming up next. We'll talk a little bit more about it on the other side of this break. Live racing from Churchill Downs continues after this.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Heading to the final furlong of the Kentucky Derby. American Pharoah on the outside. Firing Line hanging tough from the back of the pack. It's Frosted Dortmund down toward the rail. 16th to go. And American Pharoah and Firing Line. And it's American Pharoah pulling away late. American Pharoah rules the Derby.
On this day in 2015, American Pharoah won the Kentucky Derby over Firing Line. Of course, would go on to be the first Triple Crown winner since affirmed in 1978.
And we were both sort of commenting on how gamely Firing Line fought him to the wire. And the one thing I'll remember the most about American Pharoah is thank God that he had such an incredibly calm temperament.
Oh, I know.
Because that winner's circle could have been an absolute disaster at Belmont Park after he won the Triple Crown, but it didn't matter. As a friend of mine once said to me, I feel like you could blow up a grenade next to American Pharoah and he wouldn't flinch.
He was amazing in that respect.
Amazing.
Yeah. There's some horses that would not have been so
No, he
so
was
good.
so calm. It just didn't seem to matter. He was never bothered by anything around him.
Of course, winner of the Triple Crown and the Breeders' Cup Classic, American Pharoah, now a sire. And on this day in history, May 2nd, 2015, hard to believe. It was so many years ago already. As we turn our attention over to Horseshoe Indy, the first race on their card coming up, 5.5 furlongs on the main track. It's a maiden special weight for the Indiana-bred maidens. The number 7 first-time starter, Heaven and Earth, currently the favorite for trainer Jonathan Wong, a first-time starter. Want to remind everybody you can experience all the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. You can join now, get a $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at nairabets.com for your free $25 bet and a $200 deposit match. Taking a look at horses on the track, first-time starter Heaven and Earth, as mentioned, is the favorite for Jonathan Wong. Purchased as a yearling at Keeneland for $125,000, filly by Gormley, who's not proved to be the most productive sire as of yet. This one does have a little bit of pedigree. The dam's been a good producer with all 5 of the siblings as winners.
A Gormley Indiana bred sold for $125,000.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Must
surprising.
be a good-looking horse.
As I said to you, I smoked this one out myself. It's interesting, the dam was actually a pretty good turf horse.
Yeah.
She wasn't a dirt horse at all. There's more dirt in the second dam, the second generation. 5 foals, 3 not that good. 2 are okay though. And looking up Jonathan Wong, he's actually got first-time stars in the dirt. I got 13 for 70, 19%, and a $2.15 ROI. So he's positive, and the way this one's getting bet, they like him. Or the question is, if you don't want a firster here, who do you want? Guess.
Yeah.
No Joking Matter, but it's more synthetic form. The one dirt race was bad. Boy, it's very, very hard to make too many cases.
What I will say about No Joking Matter that's interesting, though, is that she did not have a good start. She broke from the rail, and she broke in with the gap there pretty significantly. She was actually the favorite as a first-time starter that day.
A practical joke. We love those practical jokes. A nice better get a practical joke out of a more than ready broodmare. The 4 Hurricane Lassie, the first, are taking some money right now. I love the midshipmans. I don't know about you, but I find him to be a very interesting, sort of a little bit under the radar sire.
He is. I think he is kind of one of those underrated sires, so to speak, that you look at the stats and he just consistently throws runners.
Yeah.
That's a cool looking lead pony, by the way, that paint.
You should have a
Very
you or
cool.
Maggie should win like a be the lead pony, ride the lead pony for a day.
That'd be fun. I would
Yeah.
enjoy that.
You
Yeah.
must be great at it.
I would enjoy that.
You never get in the pony. It's always Maggie, right?
No.
How often do you ride?
I haven't much recently, to be quite honest. I miss it a lot. But my plan in May is to try to go to Connecticut as often as I can and ride some with my mom.
Nice.
Yeah. I love getting a chance to go over and do that, which is great. Of course, my mom and I run Racing for Home Aftercare for retired thoroughbreds, and we have 13 in the program now, which
Wow.
is definitely more than I think we ever thought we would have. But it's a labor of love for sure. My mom's amazing. I mean, she is a superhero for sure. The way she gets on these horses every day, and
Really, she rides them.
Oh, she does.
Wow.
She's incredible. She really is. She's fearless when it comes to all of that. But it's a lot of fun when I get to go there. When I was younger, before I started working full time in racing, I was there with her pretty much every day, training the horses. And they teach you a lot. Thoroughbreds are the most incredible animals. They're so receptive to their riders. That's why we often talk about body language with jockeys. And as you retrain them to do other careers, they really just respond to you more than any other horse I've ever been around.
They are remarkable animals in so many ways, and they remember people by smell. Is
They
that
do.
true?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do. They do. They are very, very sensitive animals. Loading in for race 1 at Horseshoe Indy. We'll see if one of the first-time starters who's taking that attention can get the job done. First race on the card this afternoon. That first-time starter, Heaven and Earth. Your favorite? As they go into the gate, we'll send it up to track announcer John Dooley for the call.
Here's Pat's Palace. Samir Bermudez tops the leaderboard with 7 wins. 2 back. David Cohen, midshipman filly, making her bow. Hurricane Lassie drew 4. Heaven and Earth 6-5 favorite, 8-5, no joking matter. 5-1 Hurricane Lassie. Stand by. One more, Gregory Romero Without a Promises, one of the 3 on debut at 5.5 furlongs. All 9 races today on the main track muddy. Tea Kettle Fractious. First to the dame, they're in the gate. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Girl in the City dashing out with Tea Kettle on the rail. There goes the newcomer, Hurricane Lassie, goal with the Black Diamonds, who just leads now for David Cohen with No Joking Matter on the speed, and Orlando Mexica now moving. Heaven and Earth up and after the front. Then comes Pat's Palace running in 5th as they head toward the far turn. Spotty Showers is 6th, now at the 3.5. That's a break of 3 more to the first-time starter, Out of Promises, who's second to last, and Tea Kettle trails here in the Tuesday opener. The opening quarter into the wind, 22.66 seconds now at the 2.5 short lead, Heaven and Earth. It's Heaven and Earth who leads toward the quarter pole from No Joking Matter in the blue cap and Hurricane Lassie with the rail. Pat's Palace straightens away in 4th as these maiden 3-year-old fillies come for home. It's Heaven and Earth. Heaven and Earth leads down toward the final furlong. Out in front here by a couple of lengths to Hurricane Lassie. No Joking Matters under pressure. Out of Promises, a steady gain. Pat's Palace on the far outside. They come past the 16th, and for Gregory Romero, here's Out of Promises, who strikes the top at 12-1. Out of Promises debuts on top from Heaven and Earth. Pat's Palace 3rd, then Hurricane Lassie and No Joking Matter.
It was the other first-time starter, Out of Promises, to the outside. That filly by Flat Out, who came rolling late.
This was the first that took absolutely no money, the daughter of Flat Out. The dam has produced 3 horses prior to her, and I'm sure you looked them up, and I think one of them actually lost a race to you and I in a horse suit. But this horse came rolling down the track to get it done.
More of a turf pedigree on the bottom side, too. You can see how she moves. She actually moves more like a turf horse as well. That high knee action we talk about. First-time starters run 1-2. The favorite, Heaven and Earth, will have to settle for second. Back at Churchill Downs, horses in the paddock for this upcoming 5th race on the turf. There's Idikos for Graham Motion. We'll try to get her first win stateside. We'll talk more about the late pick 5 from Churchill Downs after this.
me tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000. Hit $1,950,000. In the vertical $50. $1,950,000. Hit $1,950,000. $50. In the vertical $50. In the vertical $50. We're $1,950,000. $1,950,000. $2 million quickly. $2 million. $2 million one. $2 million one. $2 million. Hold on. $2 million. $2,050,000. All through, and I have. Boom. Thank you both. $2 million. Rogers way. Good luck.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. As we turn our attention back over to Churchill Downs, we have race 5 coming up next. This will be our first turf race of the day. Horses in the paddock, and it's actually a very interesting race coming up here, Andy. Fillies and mares in the spotlight. It's all about the girls, these first few races at Churchill today. There's Maggie, checking things out in the paddock.
And when I was looking at this race, one of the things I remembered, I saw the horse Breaker of Change, the 7s, who's a big price. And it took me to remember, like, why do I remember this horse? And I think you'll remember this horse. So horse at Kentucky Downs that got bet off the board in its debut and got left a city block first time out and came on to win impressively. She still seems to have some problems getting out of the gate. And Brennan Walsh has a horse in here whose name I'm not going to try to pronounce, the 6. Go ahead if you like. If she runs back to that big fig of last time, and she lost to Bobby Flay's Contemporary Art in that race, she runs back to that race, she's going to win. But where did that race come from?
Fuente Ovejuna.
Very good.
For Brendan Walsh. Now, that was down at Gulfstream behind Contemporary Art. Now, she's run some good races, especially that most recent one. She is still winless since moving to Brendan's barn, though, and will try to take a step forward. Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard. He rode her 2 back down at Gulfstream in February.
Yeah, I prefer the 3, Joyful Applause. I'm not a big fan of the favorite, Adikos for Graham Motion. I don't know. I thought this horse had a very good trip last time, and
I thought so too.
Ran sort of okay. I'm not saying she can't win, but why is she 3-2?
It was interesting watching that race back. She got a little keen early on the front end, and John Velasquez was very smart. He got her cover. When she got in behind another horse, she relaxed beautifully. And then when he tipped out and went between horses, and she just didn't kick on.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
It's exactly how I felt.
I agree. It seemed like she had everything go right in the way you would hope, and just didn't have anything when it really counted. She's 3-2 at a very short price now.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I don't think either one of us will be surprised if she wins this race. I just don't think she's a particularly compelling price.
Absolutely.
I'm much more interested in the 3, Joyful Applause, who at 9-2 I'm going to bet on.
She took a little while to break her maiden, Joyful Applause. She did so at Horseshoe Indy, but she's run some quick races, particularly last fall at Churchill, including that second in the Mrs. Revere.
She has another layoff you have to deal with, and I worry about that a little bit. But at 9-2, I think it's worth. And Helen Pitch was the original trainer of Curlin.
I knew you were going to ask this. Curlin.
Yes.
That's right. I knew you were going to ask it. I should have.
Stump Acacia is not an easy game to win.
Yes, but I knew it, and I was looking at it while I was handicapping the races, and
It's easier to
then I
stump me than
forgot.
it is to stump you.
That's not true. You're like a walking encyclopedia of horse racing
you're
knowledge.
very impressive, believe me.
I do my homework, if nothing
That you
else.
do.
Fuente Ovejuna for Brendan Walsh, 5-2 on the board right now. Your favorite, though, continues to be the number 2, Eddie Coase, at 3-2. Very short price. John Velasquez looking for another win on the card today as horses step out onto the track. First turf race of the day, and here's the field with Mo Shiro to kick it off.
Mo Shiro would have to improve. Did break the maiden last time out, however.
That was on the turf down at the fairgrounds. Here's your favorite, Eddie Coase for Grand Motion.
I also feel like Grand Motion horses sometimes run their best races first time in the country. And so do you think she's going to improve off that? She can win, but too short for me.
For what it's worth, it was a long time since she's seen the winner's circle even in Europe, too. Joyful applause went by. Here's Je suis rapide.
Oh, you love it when you get to say a little French there. The only turf race this horse ever ran makes this horse 1,000,000 to 1, not 25 to 1.
First time on turf for Take Charge Brianna.
Just doesn't have turf pedigree.
Here's the 6th, Fuente Ovejuna.
Her last race was a very big buyer figure. She's been consistent, but as you noted, she has trouble finding the winner's circle as well.
Breaker of Chains wants to get back to that Kentucky Downs race.
Yeah, she's just her own worst enemy in some races because somewhere in there she's got a lot of talent.
And here's the 9, Helen's Well off the bench.
Yeah, I mean, I guess she's not impossible. No knock on Eric Reed. Tough to get a horse from Phil D'Amato. He does such a good job.
Well, trainer Brendan Walsh has the number 6 in here, and he has Pretty Mischievous waiting in the wings for the Kentucky Oaks. He's standing by with Maggie.
And Acacia, she's actually schooling in here too. Pretty Mischievous. Brendan, let's talk about her. You have been thrilled with the way that she's training up to this Oaks, but you're making an equipment change. Am I right in saying that she kind of got a little bit lost when she hit the front end in the Fairgrounds Oaks last time?
That's exactly right, Maggie. I think if the others had taken her a little further, maybe she'd have held on. That's what we're thinking. She's very kind, and it's funny because a filly who's pretty seasoned at this stage, she's still not quite there, and she just lacks a little concentration, and that's basically why we're putting them on more for the end of the race rather than any other part of it.
Do you see her being forward? I know she drew the far outside in this 14-horse field, but is it going to be Tyler's job to get her out of the gate and get her forward, or are you just going to let the chips, fall as they may?
I think we'll let the chips fall. She, like I said, she's very kind filly, so I think we can let her break. She's normally a good breaker. So, I think from there we'll leave it to Tyler and just see where he wants to be. We'll probably end up a little wide on the first turn with the draw, but from there I think I'd rather be there than be down inside.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about the filly that you send out here, and Pretty Mischievous, as you can see, just looks phenomenal in the paddock. But Fuente Ovejuna, big race last time and fairly game though in defeat. Are we seeing a forward trend with her? Are we looking for the same effort that she ran last time at Gulfstream?
Yeah, I think every run this winter she's improved a little. I thought her last race was her best start. I think she just ran into a buzzsaw, but if she repeats that today, she shouldn't be too far away.
All right, Brendan. Well, thank you so much for your time. Good luck. Good luck Friday with the big filly, too.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Brendan Walsh sending out Pretty Mischievous for a start in this year's Kentucky Oaks. And Andy, I texted you earlier saying 2 horses really impressed me for the Oaks field. It was her and South Lawn Acacia.
I like it. Maggie, thank you. And great to have a chance to see Pretty Mischievous schooling as well. And some insight from Brendan Walsh on adding those blinkers. As we've discussed several times, an equipment change in a race of the magnitude of the Kentucky Oaks is always a risky thing to do.
Yeah, I hate those equipment changes. They sometimes feel like a little bit of desperation, but I don't know if that's the case with Pretty Mischievous. I thought she ran very well in her last start. She's run well consistently in her races. And to me, she just feels like a horse that's going to get lost a little in the shuffle. People might be scared of post 14 and the price might be right. So she's a horse right now I'm leaning to, but I'm not committing. I'm taping video previews 11:30 tomorrow morning for both the Oaks and the Derby. So they'll be out early afternoon tomorrow. I haven't made any definitive picks right now.
We look forward to seeing those. Tyler Gaffalione to be aboard Pretty Mischievous. He will team up with Brendan Walsh here as well with Fuente Ovejuna in this upcoming 5th race on the turf. Again, we're going a mile and a 16th in this allowance. Their charge 2-1 right now. And as you said, she ran well last time at Gulfstream Park behind Contemporary Art, who was coming in off a layoff and for the new barn. That was an 88 by your speed figures, faster than anything this filly has ever run.
Yeah, it's funny. Timeform US does not have it that fast.
Okay.
They have a similar to her other figures. Contemporary Art is a talented horse. For people that don't remember, she's a Bobby Flavor with a big European pedigree. She actually debuted in a race with another expensive, Chad Brown had her at the time, another Shadwell expensive horse, and Christophe Clement beat them with the Canisi, right, who was a $40,000 yearling. So she beat about $5 million worth of horses in there. She went on to break her maiden in her next start, and then they tried the Saratoga Oaks with her. It was too much to ask for, and I believe this was the first start for Christophe off the layoff when she won that race, and she's a promising horse. So finishing with her is a very, very good sign for Fuente, whatever.
Ovejuna, who's pretty sharp out there on the racetrack, too. You see her in company with Harley, the most famous lead pony of them all. He has his own Breyer horse, too.
Wow.
I know you have that in your collection.
Oh, I have so many Breyer horses, I just don't know what to do with them.
As we'll go back to Maggie trackside.
Keisha, you had told me that my computer shipped fine over, but at the bottom of that big box that I sent over from Aqueduct to Belmont, all the Breyer horses, so you're going to have to check on them for me back home. But Idikos here for trainer Graham Motion. She's second off of a layoff, and while she ran very well in that first race in the States from the British and French form, I thought she broke well, which isn't usually the case for these Europeans making their first start in America, and she was fairly keen actually early on. Now, she is a very forward type, so I'm expecting much the same here. She's going to be forwardly placed. Now, she does strike me as quite a good doer. She looks like a filly that likes to get into her feet tub because she still, despite having that one race under her belt, is a little bit on the heavier, burlier side. That could mean absolutely nothing. That could just be her. It's just one thing I observe from your current 3-2 favorite. Now, to her outside is number 3, Joyful Applause, who we already know has handled this Churchill Downs turf course, and she was handling it too last year when it took a certain horse to be able to get over it. Now, by all accounts, the turf course is in better shape because the roots of the grass have been allowed to grow and mature. But I always think it's promising when they have shown ability over a given turf course. Now, she comes back looking very, very fit off the layoff. She's a little bit of a high-strung filly. Helen Pitts had to saddle her on the walk. She kind of got a little bit nervous as time went on in the paddock. As you see, Edgar Morales there having his feet out of the irons, just trying to let her calm herself a little bit. So from the fitness perspective, though, she looks ready to go. And then the horse that really caught my eye is a long shot in here, and she's going to have to get faster. I totally get that. But number 1, Mo Shiro, she's one I watched last year as a 2-year-old up in Saratoga and the Belmont at Aqueduct meet. She has done incredibly well. She's filled out. She was a big, lanky frame last year, and she just looks so much more mature, so much more athletic, really healthy here for Wayne Catalano. I think you'll see, much like how she won her last race, and I know it was through slow fractions, but she was awfully sharp. So look for her to be forward yet again. We'll see how that plays out, though, here on this turf course, Acacia.
We shall see, indeed. Maggie, thank you. And I will check on to make sure that the Harley Breyer made it over from Aqueduct to Belmont. I don't know why I didn't think of that already. It's very important.
It really is.
Yeah. He's a star.
I shudder to think what happens if he didn't make it over.
No, he's a star. Maggie had some nice things to say about a long shot Moshiro, who did wire the field with some slow fractions last time out. But it could be interesting to see if she's one that's sharp, that's forwardly placed, what John Velasquez will do with the 2. Eddie Coase, who got a little keen on the front end when by herself last time, and how this pace might potentially play out in here.
Any of the inside 4 horses potentially could be speed. We'll see how it plays out. And I know, one of the problems last year when he got on that turf course, which was just a complete debacle, there's no other way to put it, was the inside wasn't good. But I'm hopeful that things have grown out. And, you really want to keep your fingers crossed because the turf racing is important there. And you want to see them have good, fair races. And unfortunately, those turf courses dramatically affected a lot of the results on Derby weekend. And you don't want to see big races. You don't want to see any races really run in that kind of sort of difficult circumstance. And if you weren't outside on Derby weekend, you had no chance on that turf course.
It looks in good shape. Great to have consistent turf racing back at Churchill Downs, as we'll be on the grass here in the 5th race. And we'll see how things do play out. Travis Stone standing by with the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Joyful applause, breaks on top. Idacos is there, so too is Je Suis Rapide and Take Charge Brianna. Fuente Ovejuna from the outside, and way out there, Helen Swell, 5 across the track early as they're under the line for the first time. And Helen Swell from that outside post tries to cross and clear, but Idacos holds her spot down toward the rail, so these two will share the lead early into the opening turn. Joyful applause is tracking them intently from 3rd. Fuente Ovejuna's on the outside of Take Charge Brianna. They're together 4th and 5th. Je Suis Rapide is back into 6th. Moshiro's reserved at the back in 7th with Breaker of Chains to trailer. They turn to the backstretch run. The opening quarter is sharp, 23-2. Helen Swell from that outside post has come on to take the lead and is on the rail for the run to the half-mile pole. Idacos has backed off the track this one to the far turn run. Joyful applause continues on in the clear while 3rd. Breaker of Chains finds a seam down inside and passes several horses in a few strides, and Moshiro's launching a rally while wide. It's a tight pack on the far turn. Helen Swell's under pressure. Joyful applause in Idacos, and 4 wide Moshiro. Right in behind is Breaker of Chains and Take Charge Brianna. Fuente Ovejuna's trying to find a way through too. It is wide open at the quarter pole. Idacos off the turn short lead. Joyful applause is right there. Take Charge Brianna, awkward step there, and she went down right outside the 8th pole. In the meanwhile, Moshiro's coming down the center. Fuente Ovejuna comes on between horses. 1 furlong to go. Here's Fuente Ovejuna, who is up for the lead now and is trying to open up to the wire. Fuente Ovejuna is going to do it in the end. Idacos was 2nd, Joyful Applause was 3rd, and Moshiro was 4th.
Fuente Ovejuna crossing the wire first in the 5th race at Churchill Downs. Unfortunately, we did see a spill from the number 5. Take Charge Brianna. We will provide updates as we have them. We'll take a quick time out on America's Day at the races and be back with more after this. An unfortunate note to say goodbye on, but that will be it for you and I, Andy, as Lafitte Pinkai and Anthony Stabile coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. Stay with us on America's Day at the races.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black indeed! time.
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here at Belmont Park. Of course, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today on the second floor here at Belmont Park alongside Anthony Stabile. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We have the live racing continuing at Churchill Downs. We just saw race number 5, the winner, Fuente Ovejuna, but the real concern over the fallen horse in Take Charge, Brianna, and jockey Luis Saez, as Fuente Ovejuna enters the winner's circle, a second lifetime win. She had been improving, third a couple of starts back, second, and a victory this afternoon with a jockey who knows his way to the Churchill winner's circle, 6-time riding champ at Churchill Downs in Tyler Gaffalione. Fuente Ovejuna, 583, 082, 36, 6-2-3 in this 5th race at Churchill Downs. As we check in with Maggie Wolfendale, standing by at Churchill. Maggie, we saw an ugly spill and deep stretch with a Take Charge, Brianna. What can you tell us?
Lafitte, heavy hearts here as Take Charge Brianna did suffer a fatal injury and was humanely euthanized on the racetrack. Fortunately, though, for Luis Saez, he is okay. He walked back to the jocks room, reported that he felt absolutely fine, but definitely our hearts and condolences go out to the D. Wayne Lucas team, the Willis Horton family as well, with regards to Take Charge Brianna. Lafitte?
Devastating. Maggie, thanks so much for the update there. And as she mentioned, everybody associated with Horton Racing, D. Wayne Lucas, and good to see that Luis Saez is okay, of course, riding Tabit Trice in the Kentucky Derby on Saturday. Anthony, we will refocus on the live racing that does continue from Churchill Downs and at Horseshoe Indy as well. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. I'm a little heavy heart, so a good way for Maggie to put it. When people tweet out and talk about everyone who loved them, the horses, it goes a lot beyond trainer, jockey, and owner. I can tell you that. But yeah, we're ready for a little Horseshoe Indy. One of my favorite places. If you asked me for an under the radar track, like a lot of times you hear under the radar trainer, jockey. I have to tell you, I've made plenty of there've been plenty of Saratoga bailouts over at the Horseshoe. I can tell you that right now.
I'm assuming you're ready to fire away.
I am.
This is the second race, a muddy track. And by the way, with us being back at Belmont Park, and as great as it is to be back at Belmont Park here, it's been way too long. Race returning. Opening day on Thursday, Anthony, and of course with all eyes on the Belmont Stakes, with so many big key dates to be excited about.
Yeah, and that May 13th day, Lafitte, 4 weeks before the Test of the Champion. That's a big one. Man of War, a little bit of a prep for the Manhattan, a grade 1, a prep for a grade 1, but we have a bunch of other stakes that day. Then you see the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival again 4 weeks later. I've grown very fond of the Belmont Derby in Oaks as well.
And as always, centerpiece of the Belmont Spring Summer Meet, the Belmont Stakes. If there's a Triple Crown winner this year, this is where you'll see it. Fox, the new home of the Belmont Stakes, the Test of the Champion, June 10th. Belmont Stakes only on Fox. And, those gentlemen with Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher, Rad Ortiz entering this winner's circle here last June with Mo Donegal. They're going to be right back at it on Saturday with Forte, the morning line favorite, with the field drawn yesterday afternoon.
They actually ran 1-2 in that Belmont Nests coming out party, if you will. And there they are, 3-1. Stall number 15. That used to be the first stall in the auxiliary game. Yep. It was a prime real estate at Churchill Downs on the first Saturday.
Zero in and just slam the 14 horse, essentially, of which, while we only have one starting gate. Speaking of post positions, Forte, that post is fine for the Derby. He was really up against it in the Florida Derby, breaking from the outside here, and still, while it wasn't electric, a workman-like victory for the reigning 2-year-old champ.
I have been a fan since day one, and I feel like I became a bigger fan in the last 50 yards of the Florida Derby, because nothing from 10 minutes to post on led you to believe this horse was going to get the job done. He acted up in the paddock. He was washed out. It looked like he lost some weight from the Fountain of Youth to the Florida Derby. And he had a post position that there was some ridiculous stat out there. One of the 3 winners was Gunrunner.
Yeah.
Now, Forte is one of the 3 winners.
Barbara won the Florida Derby from the 10, won the Kentucky Derby. Big Brown won the Florida Derby from the 12, won the Kentucky Derby. Forte wins from the 11. What will he do in the Kentucky Derby? Speaking of post positions, we mentioned his Derby journey will begin from the 15. 6 winners have emerged from post 15. The Ride on Swale in 84, brilliant. By the way,
one of the best I've ever seen.
This is a big improvement, Anthony, for Rad Ortiz and Todd Pletcher. Last 2 years stuck inside with Known Agenda and Mo Donegal.
Yeah, Mo Donegal had the worst part of it. Known Agenda didn't have the greatest luck either, although I think Mo Donegal obviously showed you as the Wood Memorial winner and then coming back to win our Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. Yeah, they get a little more fortune at the draw, and I think they're just leading the best horse over there.
Forte, with his style, it didn't figure that post position would have a major impact one way or the other, and I think that with the way things unfolded, more speed towards the inside. I think the pace, it feels like that's a growing theme, a narrative, that maybe this pace is going to be a little bit hotter than anticipated, or at least hotter than what we thought going into the draw.
You got to figure Jace's Road's going to be the speed. You have to figure Reincarnate. I don't know what you're doing there if you're not looking to be forward.
Johnny V's going.
Right? Johnny V's going.
Verifying from the 2.
Verifying from the 2, has to leave for some position now, you would imagine. So, yeah, I mean, there's enough forward motion in there.
Confidence game.
Even Kings Barnes was gate to wire, even though he went a pedestrian pace that day. But you'd have to figure Jose Ortiz, who was named yesterday after going to work on Saturday at Churchill Downs, is going to be forward. I tell you what, the draw and the way the speed is now shaken out, he might be the one that benefits the most there, working out that cozy trip, right on the funny side trip, if you will. We'll talk about my boy, the Gutsy Gelding, later on.
We get to discuss a certain anniversary of a Gutsy Gelding a little bit later on in the show. How has it already been 20 years since Funny Size?
I don't know.
Derby win over Empire Maker. Peace rules. Back at Horseshoe Indy, we're all set. Filing into the gate. John G. Dooley standing by. Race 2 live, Horseshoe Indy.
Second of the day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. Ready. And they're off. Jones Way, the gray was slow to go. For the Biscuit, rockets out. For the Biscuit, straight to the front for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Gets the jump on Kitty McLean, who sets off in pursuit. Then toward the rail is Happy Sales vying for third with Irish Tap. It's a break of 4 more to Sister Saint. Then toward the rail is Jones Way. They go past the half-mile pole, and the leader for the Biscuit. For the Biscuit in front, a length and a half to Kitty McLean. A break of 2 more to Irish Tap, who's now a clear third. Then Happy Sales, 3/4 length to Sister Saint. Begins to pick up now with 3 furlongs to go, while Jones Way trails the Fillies Mare Sextet still. The quarter was 23.01 seconds, coming toward the quarter pole. It's for the Biscuit, Fernando de la Cruz and Kitty McLean, coming with her bid now as they turn for home, with Irish Tap in third. Then toward the rail is Jones Way, Happy Sales, and Sister Saint on the far outside. They've straightened away, half mile in 46.88 seconds. Now with the wind in their sails, and it's Kitty McLean who's taking a short lead from For the Biscuit past the 16th. Irish Tap will be third best. They're close to home. It's Kitty McLean. Kitty McLean pulls away to win by 3 from For the Biscuit. Irish Tap third, and Jones Way finished 4th.
Too much. Kitty McLean in the end, Anthony. Back-to-back daylight wins for this Florida bred.
Yeah, now back-to-back and perfect in 2 starts. It's making a trainer change to my man Tony Granitz, who is a mainstay on that Horseshoe Indy circuit. Looks like it's his first win of the newly christened meet over in the Hoosier State.
There you go.
This filly drew away. She clawed her way past For the Biscuit.
Very well done. Very well done. Kitty McLean. He'll be here all afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the Biscuit. Tires late. Holds on for second. Kitty McLean in the second race. Horseshoe Indy back to Churchill Downs. And gearing up for the 6th race on this Tuesday program. Off and running Kentucky Derby week. The 149th running on Saturday. Those stands are going to be a lot busier as the week goes on. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward. It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Anthony, such an exciting time of year to be a thoroughbred racing fan. Yesterday, the fields for the Oaks and Derby were drawn in 2 days. Racing returns to Belmont Park for the first time in like 10 months. And then the announcement that came out yesterday involving the very future of Belmont Park. Very exciting.
Very exciting. We got the loan. That meant a lot more. That was a little different to me like 10 years ago. Those different kind of loans being taken. But yes, so there it is. We will have a new Belmont Park. And that was a little tough for me to say, if I'm going to be honest. But I don't like change, but it is needed. And it's time.
You're a sentimental man.
I am.
But given what the plans are going to be moving forward and changing with the times and the jobs that are created and securing the future of racing in New York and here at Belmont Park, first and foremost, the priority.
Yeah, I should have finished the thought. It was tough for me to
you'll,
say.
You'll get over it.
But I'm looking forward to moving into the 21st century. I think the line in Ocean's 11, analog player in a digital world, that's kind of me. That's kind of who I am. But I'm looking forward to, because there are huge plans for this place. And if everything comes to fruition, you are going to have, dare I say, the best racing facility in all of North America, if not the world. I mean, there's a lot going to go on here. You're going to want to be a part of this.
It's a big deal. This was a major announcement. It just happened to come on the same day that the fields for the Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby were being drawn. But yeah, a incredible announcement and a bright future here at Belmont Park. Meantime, our racing continues. We just saw the second race, Horseshoe Indy. Claude, her way to the wire. Is that what you said?
Here, kitty, 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 kitty. It's not even down there.
Kitty McLean. Kitty McLean. Make it 2 straight. 660. And for the biscuit, the 7-5 hung. In the end, just had no answer, though. No response for Kitty McLean in deep stretch.
It's a tough one for Rangers fans to take today for the biscuit. That biscuit was not happening last night, buddy.
Just in general, a lot of long faces I've noticed, just kind of walking around.
We work with horses. We're used to long faces.
Our producer, Bobby Klatt, Devil fan, no long face on him.
I know a few people that might be looking for Bobby Klatt's head after last night. I can tell you that right now.
You're not lying. Horses in the paddock for the 6 Churchill Downs, $16,000 claimer, fillies and mares. Mile and a 16th.
Single.
Single? Yeah, who's that?
I got a little chalk on the first leg of the pick 5. And then when I got to this race, the rest of this sequence, I think there's a chance for a little chaos. And I feel like the number 4, Sacred Beauty, is a heavy leaning. I guess anything I lean on is a heavy lean. But I'm going to lean on a single Sacred Beauty in here. And here she is. Getting the job done up. It's good old Mahoning Valley. The Mahoning to Churchill move is a very big angle for the Big A.
The Southern California transplant. Yeah, her latest, March 20th, Mahoning Valley and Sacred Beauty, and victorious in her first start outside of California. It is an out-of-the-way sort of journey to make her way to Churchill Downs.
But you know what? It's a smart move by John Wong. Jonathan Wong wins a lot of races at a lot of different places. And part of it is because he is able to read the condition book well. So that pot was a little under 28,000 at Mahoning Valley last time. That makes this filly still eligible for that A other than condition at most major racetracks around the country. So we went and grabbed that 16, 17,000 for the winner. Won an A other than, but technically is still eligible for the A other than at Churchill, here at Naira, down in Florida, back out in California. So it's a sharp move because it's free money and she's protected. Well, now this pot's $48,000.
Yeah.
You want her, and she wins. He'll take that $43,000 for his owners just fine, and you can go and try and find some way to win that A other than that he just took at Mahoning Valley.
Worth the trip to Mahoning Valley. Got the money there. Now we'll see if she can take the winner's share of this $48,000 purse, as you referenced. Sacred Beauty, you're single.
She's single, and I got a little coverage the rest of the way if I can get her home.
Tyler Gaffalione looking to go back-to-back on the Tuesday program. We'll see Sacred Beauty up close and personal, of course, throughout our coverage, sprinkling in Oaks developments, more on the Kentucky Derby, getting closer and closer this Saturday, 149th edition, with 150,000 expected at Churchill Downs, the most exciting 2 minutes in all of sports. The racing between now and then, very good. We have this 6th race, just $16,000 claimers in a post-parade, music, Amore, And good to see Louis Sai is back in the saddle okay after that incident in race 5.
Absolutely. Blinkers on. She's dropping off the claim. Back to the main track. Not many good signs there.
Zawadi, she'll be far back early.
Maybe Musica Mori took her blinkers because they come off of her. She gets back to the main track.
Waters of Merrim, Gerardo Corrales to ride Raise Kane in the Derby.
Yeah. This filly started her career in New York. 0 for 4 beneath the Twin Spires so far.
The Big A single and a smiling Tyler Gaffleone.
There she is, looking to go back-to-back, and both starts returning to Jonathan Wong. I think she's going to get it done.
Addison defeated a neck at 13-1 in her latest.
You see a lot of these horses returning to the main track after wintering at Turfway Park. She has 2 wins from 16 tries on the dirt.
Never Say No, Let's Go, trained by Eric Reed of Rich Strike fame.
Yep, she's another one. Her race on the dirt 2 back makes her a little bit of a player in here.
Now she's gone to wild on the outside, first or second in 11 of 25 lifetime.
Stretching back out after trying this level in a sprint at Keeneland. She made up some ground late. We'll see if the stretch back out to 2 turns helps her cause.
7 of them. Anthony Single, Sacred Beauty, number 4 at 3-1.
I may have to jump on Naira Betts and take 3-1, by the way, in the win pool. I can't believe she's this priced.
That was the next question. Was A, were you surprised Musica Mori was favored?
Morning line,
there's a discrepancy here.
Morning line, they're 9-5 and 2-1, and I thought that's where they would just about be. As we see Forte.
Oh yeah, he doesn't look like $1 million or anything.
No,
that looks like a Derby favorite.
You've been around this game. You and I are not far apart in age. How about the difference between the horse that walked over there for the Florida Derby and your horse you're looking at right now? I have a big theory about this horse. I think Todd Pletcher, his Hall of Fame trainer, had him somewhat cranked for the Fountain of Youth. You want to get a stiff blow into him the first time.
Florida Derby.
For the Fountain of Youth.
Okay.
You want to have him ready off the layoff. First time at Gulfstream Park, short stretch. You want to have him on top of his game, go get the job done, go get your points, and then you could do whatever you want. I don't want to say he backed off him going into the Florida Derby, but all of his work was done. He assured himself a spot in the starting gate, and now he can mess with him a little bit. He lost a little weight, and I'm sure that as all of this happened, Todd just said, you know what? Let me just leave him alone a little bit. He's probably good enough, and this is just a theory, he's probably good enough to beat these horses anyway, because not much was shipping in for the Florida Derby. He was good enough to beat those horses with a B- effort. I mean, he ran the last 70 yards. Look what he looks like today. And this horse, I mean, this horse is a picture that comes to life.
Tapit Trice, Bluegrass Stakes winner. Todd Pletcher with Kings Barnes, Forte. Tapit Trice says this is the best group of Derby runners collectively he's ever brought over. Started more horses in the Kentucky Derby than any other trainer, 62 and counting. If there is a loser, however, Anthony, in quotes, at the draw, I think it was Tapit Trice. I believe Team Tapit Trice wanted an outside draw. He's best when he needs more space to operate. I think the 5-post does work against him.
Slightly. I would agree with that overall. I think it slightly works against him. If they could have picked 5 instead of 15 instead of 5, I don't doubt that they would do that. But you know what, Lafitte? He's talented. It might not matter. It might not matter if you told me, if I fell asleep tomorrow, God forbid, and woke up on June 11th, and you said somebody won the Triple Crown this year, I would tell you it was Tapit Trice, just because he looks like he's going to take the rigors of that campaign and the 1.5 miles.
I feel like they're already carving his name as the Belmont Stakes winner.
Yeah.
In Tapit Trice. Kings Barnes, also for Todd Pletcher. If Big Brown was able to win the Kentucky Derby in his 4th career start, if Justify was able to win the Kentucky Derby in his 4th career start, why can't Kings Barnes?
How about this horse? 3 different distances, 3 different racetracks, and now he's getting his 4th different distance at his 4th different racetrack and his 4th different rider. As impressively as this horse has won, he can't keep a guy on his back. Jose Ortiz went to work on Saturday and got the nod 2 days later at the draw, 48 hours later. So, I mean, I'm sure he has to be excited, and we talked about the pace scenario earlier. The way this race shaped up at the draw, if he can get away from post 6 cleanly, he's got to be in the right spot.
Right in front of that second flight, I would think. He's got, as you said, by default made the lead in the Louisiana Derby. He's versatile. He's won on the lead, and he's won from off the pace.
Yeah. He was able to take advantage of that pokey pace last time and just lead the dog, take the dog for a walk on the front end.
I haven't heard Pokey Pace in a while. I always liked Pokey Pace.
Yeah, he was. I used it this morning. The blogs, by the way, I believe the blogs for the Oaks and the Derby are both up over at Naira Bets. We have you covered. There'll be full pick packs. There'll be, I mean, soup to nuts. I woke up 5:30 this morning and just started cranking out copy.
Like I said, an exciting time of year to be up there with racing fan. Final thought on Forte in Todd Pletcher. You referenced how he looked before the Florida Derby, as washed out as he was. Todd Pletcher was asked about it, not concerned in the least. It's a hot day in the saddling area, a long time in the paddock, long time on the track, long time not concerned. Looked exactly the way a Derby favorite should look in the paddock moments ago. We check in with Paul.
Yeah, Fortes has looked the part from the beginning. He came in the paddock, and seems like he owns the paddock, too. I will throw out a little bit of stat at you before we get to this sixth race. Todd Pletcher's 2 for 65 in the Kentucky Derby. Both of those wins have come on a sloppy racetrack. So he has never won a Kentucky Derby on a fast racetrack. So take that for what it's worth. There's a first time for everything. I do think Forte is going to make a good account of himself. But that's pretty glaring to me. And I think the horse, like I said, will be right there at the wire. But I have a tendency, I think I might play against. Now, to get to this race, in race number 6, you know, the one Music Amore, Joe Sharp, I got to really gauge Joe here last year and at Oaklawn. When he claims a horse and they get bet, they're live. And this horse is going to be on the dead scent, I would think, from the inside. And I was a little bit surprised, too. I thought that Jonathan Wrongrunner, the 4, would be your favorite in here. Sacred Beauty. I know it was at Amoni Valley, but, you know, the races 2 back for the $10,000 claimers, which are tough at Santa Anita, that was a good second-place finish with Giovanni Franco aboard. So at 5-2, I think the horse is kind of the play in here at that price. And you know, the 7, I just can't throw anything out with Eric Reed. You know, I know the 7 has not run on this racetrack, but over the course of time, and again, last year when I was here, it did not matter what kind of form they came in. For some reason, Eric Reed's horses run well here at Churchill Downs. I don't know what it is, his training style or what, but I think the 7 here has got a big shot to maybe he's upset a little bit, 3-time winner, but at 7-2. I was 1-4-7 here. I'd give the 4 the edge here at 5-2, but I think the 7 for Eric Reed's going to run a big race.
To the tune of an 80-1 Kentucky Derby winner last year, Eric Reed with the 7. Never Say No, Let's Go. Sacred Beauty, your single. Paul likes him as well. By Classic Empire. Classic Empire, along with Mendelssohn, the reason we have one big starting gate at Churchill Downs now for the Derby. Back-to-back years, they were in the 14, and the horses that got smoked by horses coming out of the auxiliary gate.
Smoked.
Smoked.
Yeah, smoked. Like Boys in the Hood smoked. Like it was ugly.
Ricky!
Ricky!
Ricky! Travis Stone standing by with the call. Post-time race 6 live, Churchill Downs on Derby week.
They're in the gate. And they're off. She's gone to wild on the far outside. Music Amore from the rail. Waters of Merim between them. Heading for the opening turn, Music Amore has taken over rather easily. Opens up to lead by 2. No early opposition whatsoever. Waters of Merim has come on to grab second. Sacred Beauty heads over to the inside to track the pace from 3rd. And then She's Gone to Wild on the outside in 4th. Addison comes away 5th and is about 5 lengths off the lead. Never Say No, Let's Go's covered up down toward the rails. Awani's the trailer. The leader, Music Amore, isolated up top. Turning to the backstretch run. The lead is 4, and the opening quarter in a tepid 24 3/5 seconds. Luis Saez trying to back down the early speed of Music Amore. They're coasting along with 5 furlongs to go. Waters of Merim is inching forward on the outside of Sacred Beauty. They're 2nd and 3rd, a little bit closer now to Music Amore as they head for the far turn run. 4 furlongs remaining. Music Amore holds on to the lead. Waters of Merim is now 2nd, a clear 2nd, trying to shake loose from Sacred Beauty, who's back into 3rd. And then farther back, she's gone to Wilds Under Pressure, racing in fourth as around the far turn. Waters of Merom starts to ratchet up the pressure on Music Amore. These two are head-to-head heading for the quarter pole. Music Amore still with an arrow lead right at the quarter pole. They head for home together. Sacred Beauty's back in third. Top of the stretch now. Music Amore turns back that first challenge. Opens up a length and a half heading for the eighth pole. Waters of Merrim's trying hard but is second. Sacred Beauty is third. The rest with way too much to do. And it's Music Amore who's kicked it in and is back clear by 3. Music Amore, masterfully ridden by Luis Saez on the front end, goes wire to wire. Waters of Merom was second. Sacred Beauty was third. Never Say No, Let's Go got up for fourth.
Just too good for this crew. Music Amore, blinkers on. First after the claim, Joe Sharp, Luis Saez in the 6th at Churchill.
Best hop was the drop here. Claimed for the quarter, dropped in for the 16. Little equipment change, return to the main track, couple of month break, gets the job done. Acting up in the gate with Sacred Beauty right before the start. She threw her head a couple of times, and then as soon as she settled, I call it the Derby start. As soon as she was able to settle her head, that starter said go.
Bring it.
She never really looked like she overcame those 2 incidents in the gate. She ran okay.
Luis Saez, it's going to be a story, you know, till he wins a Derby. The jockey who knows what it feels like to win a Kentucky Derby, but he's never won a Kentucky Derby, disqualified on maximum security a few years back. He has a very good chance on Saturday with the second choice Tappet Trice, despite that inside post Bluegrass Stakes winner. And part of that very powerful Todd Pletcher punch for Kentucky Derby 149. Also, well, there's Brad Cox. Good to be Brad Cox. 3 in the Oaks, 4 in the Derby, included the Arkansas Derby winner, Angel of Empire, coming into his own at just the right time.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Digs down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Belmont Park. Opening day Thursday. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We're at Belmont. Live racing is at Churchill Downs. Kentucky Derby week. And we just saw the 6th, Anthony, with Music Amore from the inside post. First after the claim, Joe Sharp. Blinkers on, and Luis Saez, who was involved in a spill and accident in race number 5. He's good to go. Dusts himself off. Gets right back to it. Boots home another winner.
Yeah, right back to it. He's going to call Churchill Downs home as well, too, until right. Saratoga begins. So I think there's a 2-week gap. I'm sure he'll come here and ply his trade for a week at beautiful Belmont Park. But, yeah, he took the fight to Tyler Gaffalione last fall, won that title from Tyler, who had won a bunch of titles in a row, both at Churchill and at Keeneland. And now he's going to stay there for those lucrative purses. And, I was talking to somebody about this earlier, my friend Mary. He's 1-2 down there. He's kind of a little, not talent-wise, but I think he's just perceived to be a little lower on the depth chart here. It's a deeper colony, to be quite honest. And, I think you stay down there and you try and take advantage of that. Listen, I think he's one of the best riders in the country.
Absolutely.
He's amazing. The last 10 years, the work he's done here on this circuit and at Gulfstream in the winter is really second to none. But you go down there for the big money, and, it's him and Tyler. They kind of they rule the roost.
All you had to say is he graduated from the Lafitte Pincay Jockey School. That's all you got to say.
Much else,
you know he's going to be good. He's won a Saratoga riding title. Luis Saez, he knows what it feels like to win a Kentucky Derby, disqualified after winning the Kentucky Derby. Maximum Security won the Belmont Stakes with Essential Quality. This not a Triple Crown race you're watching, just a $16,000 claimer. But watch Saez go to work. Mr. Music Amore responds, goes on to a clear-cut, decisive win.
He was a Kentucky Derby winner for about a half hour.
Yeah.
22-minute inquiry, time to hit the wire. He gave the horse such a great ride that day, too.
But I learned more about Saez, the person, after that than I ever would have known otherwise. How much class and how well he handled an impossible situation.
So many athletes would have crumbled and cracked under that pressure.
I would have crumbled.
And he... No, you wouldn't have.
I'm sorry.
You're tough. You're tough. You would have... He handled it as professionally as any athlete I've ever seen handle a crisis and disappointment.
And Saez could go back-to-back here. He has Giada, number 2, maiden special weight, $120,000 purse. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older, going 3/4 of a mile. What'd you come up with in this one?
I came up with a little Giada.
All right.
And a couple of firsters in here. Happy Am I for Dallas Stewart. Dallas used to not be able to get out of his way with first-time starters.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
And they pop at all kinds of prices. This one's 8-1 currently. We got plenty of time, about 20 minutes to post. And Little Prankster. There's nothing little about me, but there is plenty of prankster in me.
Brian Hernandez in the saddle. That's the upcoming 7th race at Churchill Downs. Meantime, we talked about Pletcher with all the volume, and yet he is not the trainer with the most horses in the Kentucky Derby. That distinction belongs to Brad Cox with 4 runners. Angel of Empire, Arkansas Derby winner. Hit Show just keeps taking hits at post position draws. Verifying right next door. Very quick, gutsy in the Bluegrass. And Jace's Road to heat things up perhaps for his stablemate in Angel of Empire. Angel of Empire, the way he won the Risen Star, Anthony, okay, pace, meltdown, last man standing. This was different how he won the Arkansas Derby.
So I'm going to try to explain this as best I can. More often than not, Lafitte, horses with his running style sit back of the pack, wait till around the 5/16 pole or the quarter pole, launch this big explosive rally, and when they win, obviously it's this theatrical, beautiful heart attack city, right, cardiac arrest win. He goes on these forward marches from like the half-mile pole, and he's almost like an army. He just goes and he just keeps going.
An assault.
Right. At some point, you feel like, at least I do, and look at a wonderful record. At some point, you feel like that cup has to empty out. Not only from a talent and from a physicality point of view, but at what point is the luck going to run out and somebody's going to be in his way, and now it's a 20-horse field.
Angel of Empire, Arkansas Derby winner, 1 of 4 for trainer Brad Cox, who also has Hit Show. All right, so he drew post 35 in the Wood Memorial. Now he has the rail in the Kentucky Derby. Not as bad as it used to be with the one gate. He's not staring at the fence. Did you make a Hit Show's performance in the Wood Memorial from that bad draw?
Horse ran big in the Wood Memorial. You know, as the defender of the Big A my entire life until the day I die, that's a short run from the start to the first turn. And Manny Franco just did an amazing job putting him in position, and that's the problem. Yes, he had the tough draw, but he was in position, and he did not finish this job. Now, you could say he got beat a nose, a half a head, whatever you want to call it, semantics. Fact of the matter is, he did not finish that job over a horse that paid $120 and had a maiden to his inside. As good as that maiden probably is, still had made it to his inside. I don't like when horses hit the wire in bunches. Two of them's fine. Tapit Trice and Verifying beat that field by a half a dozen lengths. That's a different story.
Blanket finish, often indication of you're not looking at the strongest race. Certainly not a Kentucky Derby prep. We'll see how it all unfolds for Hit Show and Brad Cox. One with Mandaloun by disqualification. 4 runners in the Derby, 3 in the Oaks. And you can experience the excitement of the Derby with NYRA Bets. Join now. Get a $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up, NYRABets.com for your $25 bet and $200 deposit match. All sounds good?
Yeah, no talking horses Friday and Saturday, but I will have, there'll be picks up over at NYRA Bets to help you with that,
Awesome.
With those promos, both on Friday and Saturday.
Great racing on the undercards of both the Kentucky Oaks, Kentucky Derby. We'll have much more from Churchill Downs with race number 7 coming up. Here, Horseshoe Indy, horses on the track. This muddy track for race number 3. $10,000 claimers, 5 furlong sprint, fillies and mares. Even money, Eclipse drawn inside, the favorite.
Yeah, it goes from a 10-pound bug rider to one of the leading riders on the circuit perennially in Marcelino Pedroza Jr. And horse is coming back pretty quick as well. I think that's a good sign when you consider the fact that this horse won and had a claim voided back in January. So you see a 10-week break, almost a 12-week break. Comes back, runs well, shows speed. Now gets into a shorter field, draws the rail. He's going to have to, she is going to have to deal with Sophia Strong and the ageless Perry Oots. Amazing to see Paris.
Incredible.
Very pumped about this. And they're the 2 speeds. So if one of them can shake loose from the other, I think it's their race to win. So if I was playing this race horizontally, which means pick 3, pick 4, pick 5, I would use the 2 speeds. I would use Eclipsed and Sophia Strong, who's half our morning line at 9-2 right now. She was 10-1 on the morning line. I'd use those 2, and if somebody else beat me, somebody else beat me. The other horse in here that's a little interesting is the second choice, Keen Eyesight, who we haven't seen since one try on the all-weather at Turfway. She had not had any success at all, 0 for 4 overall. In the meantime, she's 3 for 9 with a couple of seconds here at Horseshoe Indy. Problem with her is she's going to be on the chase of both speeds, and she does not have recency like both Eclipsed and Sophia Strong has.
What if she just finds herself in that catbird seat, though?
She might.
Not so much chasing, instead tracking off of 2 dueling leaders where you want to be.
She could. And this race is only 5 furlongs. So she doesn't have to be as fit as she would need to be to go to 6. She could be in that catbird seat, but me going the 5 with a little moisture in that track, I'd like to have the horses that are going to be in front, especially with her having to chase off the 4+ months.
Love that drone shot we were just looking at. You know who loved moisture in the track? The sire of the favorite, an Eclipsed Exaggerator.
He was okay.
A monster on a wet surface. Runner-up in the Derby. Turn the tables on Nyquist and Company in the Preakness Stakes. And his trainer, Keith DeSormo, trying to win the Derby this year with a horse off of 70 days rest in Confidence Game, the Rebel Stakes winner.
Just about as long as the layoff Eclipsed had going into her last race. She had a little bit longer. She's showing Keith to have a little faith. You'll be okay.
She's the favorite, drawn inside. John G. Dooley standing by. It's post time. Horseshoe Indy live on America's Day at the Races.
North America with 7,349 career wins. Tyler Hurd, Can Fu. At 5 furlong, stand by one more. Sentimental Journey. Rodney Prescott, the all-time winningest jockey here with 1,228 wins. They're in the gate. They're off. Racing 5 furlong. Sentimental Journey broke sharp. Quickly headed off by Canfu, who's coming in front. Eclipse starts a bid with Go Storm and Girl also right there mixing it up, and Sophia Strong is also vying for the early lead as they head toward the far turn. It's Eclipsed. Eclipse just leads with the rail right there on the outside. As they round the far turn, it's Sophia Strong with 3 furlongs to go. Then it's a break of a length and a half. Go Storm and Girl is now in 3rd, with on the outside Canfu in 4th as these leaders come toward the quarter pole, with Keen Eyesight running in 5th, while 4 clear from Sentimental Journey Kearney, and we trail back to Polyester Bride as these fillies and mares come for home. And for Pariutes, it's the gray Sophia Strong. Sophia Strong has a short lead from Eclipsed with the rail as they race down toward this final furlong. Sophia Strong, Eclipsed battles on with the rail now for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. It's Sophia Strong who's locked horns with Eclipsed. And then Keen Eyesight is now a clear third. Goes Norman Girl fourth. Eclipsed roared back. Eclipsed on the wire. Snatches it from Sophia Strong, denied. Keen Eyesight finished third.
A gutty effort. Eclipsed. Collared by Sophia Strong. Eclipsed. Pedrosa, they were having none of it.
Yeah, he went to a little left-handed urging here, and the daughter of Exaggerator re-rallied. It looked like Sophia Strong, the gray daughter of Strong Mandate, was going to start to edge away right here. She kind of leaned in on Eclipse. See it right there, Lafitte? Right around the 16th pole, she leaned in on it a little bit. And I almost think it engaged Eclipse and said, oh, you want me to come back on you now? I'm going to come back on you and put it on your noggin with the last 10 jumps.
Perfect example of a horse that isn't a graded stakes winner. These aren't the horses we're going to be talking about this weekend in the Oaks and Derby. Just a $10,000 claimer, but a $10,000 claimer showing you some class when it mattered most.
The backbone of our game. We get through the winters at Aqueduct. We get through winters in a lot of places with these claiming horses, these hard-knocking fillies and mares. The Colts and Geldings, obviously, as well. They're what the game is all about. And to see a nice little stretch duel between these two with all of this great racing set to come this week from Churchill and here at beautiful Belmont Park, it's refreshing.
Just a $10,000 claimer. Exciting finish at Horseshoe Indy. Eclipsed in the third. Much more from Churchill Downs as the countdown continues to the 149th Kentucky Derby.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control. And Flightline takes off. Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Celebrating its 40th anniversary in 2023, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation has long been saving former racehorses from possible neglect, abuse, or slaughter. The TRF herd of nearly 450 horses who are not able to go on to second careers as sport horses are given lifelong sanctuary at one of the many facilities sponsored by the TRF across the country. But the TRF isn't only helping equines have a second chance at life. They are helping incarcerated individuals as well. The innovative and pioneering Second Chances program allows incarcerated men and women the opportunity to build life skills while participating in a vocational program as they provide supervised care to retired racehorses.
I talk to them, I speak to them about things that I don't speak to people about in there. I can feel like they actually relate to me, and the same second chance that they're given, I feel like I'm getting.
I didn't know it was going to be such an emotional thing, and you really do bond with the animals, and they look for you to be there for them.
It's more love out here. It's more peace, tranquility, solace, anything you want to call it, the epitome of peace to me.
There are currently 8 TRF Second Chances programs at prisons in 6 different states. Graduates of the program receive certification based upon their level of expertise and have gone on to careers as farriers, vet assistants, and caretakers. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, helping thoroughbreds who help people.
40 years of second chances. The TRF, you don't have to know a thing about thoroughbred racing, Anthony. You show someone that feature, the difference the horses are making in their lives, the difference they're making in the horses' lives. You don't have to be a horse racing fan to connect.
No, not at all. Kim and the entire crew of the TRF, Kim Weir and the entire crew, do a second-to-none job. It's absolutely amazing.
40 years.
Not too many people I would take a mini golf beating for. Kim and the crew over at the TRF. When I said it's been almost 2 years, and I'm still talking about that thrashing from Andy and Kirk
Goonie
Golf?
Goonie
Golf at Saratoga. I got to get my revenge at some point. Maybe bocce this year back in Nova. I got to figure something out. I need revenge.
7th race, Churchill.
I'm Italian. I have a vendetta now against those two.
It comes baked in. Post parade, maidens, fillies, and mares. You saw Birdie Rose quickly. There's Giada, major contender.
Birdie Rose first off the layoff, first time Lasix. Giada set the pace at Turfway and tired late in the game.
Princess Pom Pom, named after Anthony's cat.
Oh, her name's Parson. Partly sunny.
That's not Princess Pom Pom?
No, not Princess Pom
Sweet
Pom.
Azteca, contender 6-1, first-time starter.
Junebug, named after my cat. Sweet Azteca. Sweet Azteca looked good on the track, 6-1. Wonder what Maggie and Paul think.
Generous Lover, Ohio bred, named after somebody. Number 6, Miss Arlington, representing speed with Jared Lufberry.
Yeah, he'll ride in his first Derby. 2 fills for Larry Ravelli on Saturday.
Great quote a couple of days ago. Number 7 here, Sacred Circle.
First up for Whit Beckman. Yep, Whit Beckman, former assistant to Chad Brown.
Happy M.I., West Point Thoroughbred, first-time starter.
This horse looks good on the racetrack as well. I'm interested in this one, the son of Run Happy. They cost $290,000. He's got a solid, if not spectacular, work tab with that one bullet.
Little prankster live on the board, Rigney Racing debuting filly.
Yeah, Phil Bauer has been hot as a firecracker the last couple of years as well. We'll see if that continues with this daughter of Practical Joke.
Mamba outsider.
Yeah, Daughter of More Spirits. Got that Churchill Downs Training Center 47 work that stares you right in the face. Not taking a dime on the tote board, though. Longest shot on the board, in fact.
10 of them. Fillies and mares. 3/4 of a mile sprint. Maiden special weight. $120,000 purse. They'll warm up. Giada, who is favored, and you wound up with on top here, yes?
Reluctantly the top pick. When I see a Phil Bauer horse take as much money as this firster is, the number 9, Little Prankster, with the outside draw, Brian Hernandez Jr., the guy he does not reach out to often. In fact, over the last 16 months, one horse. But Brian is one of my favorite riders down there. I think he does a tremendous job. He's not accustomed to being in the 9-hole. The guy loves the rail.
Underrated rider.
No question about it.
Underrated rider.
And there's a kid at Indiana, at Horseshoe Indy, named Alex Achard that's an underrated rider as well. I believe.
Let's check. Let's get to Churchill Downs and Maggie and Paul.
Let's see what it is.
Well, thanks, Lafitte. This is a really interesting maiden special weight assembled here. And we'll start things off, Paulie, by talking about number 2, Giada. She'll switch things from the synthetic over to the main track here. She has a lovely pedigree, being by Into Mischief. The second dam is Kind of Spicy, who produced stakes winner Avery Island. She looks like a tank.
She does look like a tank, and you're getting Louis Saez. It just shows you how amazing these athletes are. Louis goes down on the turf, gets up, and then takes a horse gate to wire and is in the next race. And obviously a major player coming out of this barn.
And she's quick, but I would have to think she's going to have to deal with the pace presence of number 6, Miss Arlington, who did all the dirty work up front, broke like a rocket, but had to be run down by another horse with a really nice pedigree at Tappet out of close hatches.
Yeah, I know. I mean, she's actually been running well. Jareth Loveberry, I don't think gets enough love. He's a very good rider. You know what? He had one of the best comments I've ever seen when they did the draw yesterday. He said, I'm 88% excited, 10% don't know what I'm going to do, and then 2%, what do I do with my cell phone? And everybody started dying laughing. So Jareth has a very, very good sense of humor, and he's a very good rider.
And he's a great person,
Yes,
Paul.
he is.
I am so excited. I think this is the feel-good story of the Derby. He, Two Phils, and Larry Ravelli, for a guy that started at a racetrack that's not even in existence anymore, at Great Lakes Downs in Michigan, and has worked his way up the ladder for him to be here now. And he's just so humble and so gracious.
Yeah.
I'm really rooting for this team. As we'll take a look at some first-time starters here. Number 4, Sweet Azteca. I really like these sharp Aztecas.
Yes.
They can do anything. They can fire early as well. And this one from Michael McCarthy, who does great work with first-time starters. Just looks really well prepared mentally, physically, and just very athletic, too.
And it's pretty interesting that Michael McCarthy flew all the way here from California to saddle this horse. So the last time he did that, it was Actuator, and Actuator won by a pole. I think the 4 is very, very live in here, the Sharp Azteca. It's probably going to show speed with Johnny V aboard, and you're getting a decent price right now at 6-1.
Yeah, it does have a little more turf sprint pedigree, but looking at her, she looked as though she should handle this track. Happy I Am, a Run Happy that sold for $290,000 at the OBS April sale after working 9 and 4. Had to be asked a bit early on in that work, Paul, but really has a nice, fast, fluid way of going, and she looked quick in the paddock, too.
Yeah, this one for West Point. And, you know, the guys we're talking about in the studio that, you know, Dallas Stewart wasn't a guy that usually cranked his first-time starters, but we're in a different age now in 2023. These owners want to see these horses win immediately. It's not about giving a horse a race. Some owners are patient, but, you know, Dallas has learned, you know, crank his horses up a little bit more, and he's been live with some of his first-time starters here last meet, and he was live with a couple at Oakland.
Quick workouts for Happy MI, but quick workouts, too, for your current favorite, Little Prankster, Brian Hernandez aboard, and this is something you always look at. The cover fee for Practical Joke, $25,000, yet this one sold for $425,000 as a yearling and really doesn't have that much pedigree on the bottom side.
And is getting destroyed at the window. This horse is down to 2-1 favoritism. Has been taking all of the money, and we saw Phil Bauer when he did at Saratoga last year. He kind of tailed off here, but he's a heck of a trainer.
He is for Rigney Racing. And, you know, this filly in the paddock, she was a little green, I got to say, when she first came in. Still continued that way. I love her frame, Lafitte. I'm just worried that maybe she needs one mentally and physically, but 2-1. She's looking strong on the tote board, that's for sure.
The favorite, Maggie Little Prankster. What do you think, Practical Joke? Anthony, sire, Practical Move. Can Practical Move thrive at 1 1/4 miles?
He keeps making up ground in his races in California. Maybe he keeps on chugging along. Another race, though, where 3 of them hit the line together. So we'll see if one of them can separate from the other. I know a lot of people like Skinner out of that race.
It's just a question of how good those California horses are this year. Little Prankster, though, the favorite, the first-time starter, Rigney Racing. By Practical Joke, Brian Hernandez in the saddle. Travis Stone with the load and call. It is post time. Race 7, Churchill Downs.
They are in the gate, and they're off. Miss Arlington, mid-pack, fires out fast. Sweet Azteca is there. Generous Lover between them. Those 3 scrimmaging for the lead as they cross over. And it's Sweet Azteca and Miss Arlington head-to-head early. Generous Lover right in behind, racing 3rd. Little Prankster's up into 4th. Happy Mi's now 5th. Jada's pushed along while 6. Birdie Rose toward the inside 7th. 5. Back to Princess Pom Pom in 8th. Sacred Circle's up into 9th. And Mamba outs to trailer. Far turn run. Miss Arlington goes head head-to-head with Sweet Azteca. Sweet Azteca holds on to a narrow lead. The opening quarter on the board, a wild 20-4. Flying around the far turn, Sweet Azteca, Miss Arlington head-to-head. Little Prankster revs up 3-1 on the outside, and Generous Lover's going to try and squeeze through toward the rail. They're off the turn, they're into the stretch. Sweet Azteca still in front for long to go. Sweet Azteca fending off the first challenge of Little Prankster. Generous Lover third down toward the rail. 1 furlong remaining, and Sweet Azteca turns back Little Prankster, turns back Generous Lover. Sweet Azteca sharp in victory. Rambles under the wire to win it by 2. Little Prankster was second, Generous Lover was third, and Miss Arlington was fourth.
That's a debut. That is a fast filly, a tenacious filly, Sweet Azteca, and Johnny Velasquez, two-time Kentucky Derby winning pilot, second win on the Tuesday program at Churchill Downs.
20-4.
Is that accurate?
Opening quarter. So there's a run-up at Churchill Downs, and it's a big enough one that is believable. 44-1, 56-3. Final time Shades 110, 109-4. That is racehorse time on the debut. And I'll tell you what, Lafitte, it doesn't appear both on the TV and in what we've seen produced so far in the first 7 races, 6 of them on dirt, that this track's playing that fast. So she did all of that running without the aid of sometimes on the big days the tracks get a little quicker. That doesn't seem to be the case.
I was looking at the back of the pack when you heard the sub-21 opening quarter. I said, somebody has to close.
They were all scrubbing.
Nobody's coming. And she kept digging and digging and running her competition into submission.
Imagine you're Phil Bauer and Rigney Racing for Little Prankster.
What do you
have her ready the way she was ready to fire. She fired her best shot first out. She ran into a buzzsaw.
Wow. A name to remember moving forward by Sharp Azteca, Sweet Azteca in her debut. Strikes at the 7th at Churchill. Results when we come back. Plus, Steve Asmussen, North America's all-time leading trainer, 10,000 career wins and counting. He also holds another record, most Derby starters without a win. So close with Epicenter, he'll try again on Saturday with Disarm.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Nest, much the best. Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 13th with a new 1240 first post. The stakes are higher at the Jersey Shore, as every Saturday and Sunday card will feature at least one stakes event all season long. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
For the first time in about 10 months, racing returns to Belmont Park on Thursday. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. And track anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started.
Andy said the 10-month thing to me the other day, and my first inclination is to always disagree with everything that Andy says. And then I did the math, and I was like, wait, he's right. I forgot about Saratoga, the 2 months of Saratoga. Wild.
Way too long. I think July 10th, the last day of racing. Belmont here at Churchill, their last race, about 2 minutes ago. And a filly that, wow, that speed she flashed. Sub-21 opening quarter. The sharp Azteca first-time starter, Sweet Azteca, with Johnny Velasquez running her competition off their feet.
This was some effort. I'll tell you what, this is a good effort, shameless plug, for the Acorn. How about that?
Why not?
Why not? Can't remember. Guarana.
What was her name?
Guarana. Remember her? Chad Philly, Three Chimneys. She did it.
I know who you're talking about.
Guarana.
Yeah,
Guarana.
yeah,
They said that was the real name.
Yeah.
She did it.
Yeah.
Maiden win at Keeneland.
They say reminded him of Ghost Zapper.
Yeah.
What he had said.
Maiden win, came right here and beat a good Philly too. This was some effort.
And Michael McCarthy being there, he had Sweet Azteca ready to rock and roll. In the 7th at Churchill Downs, turning the page, race number 8. $80,000 allowance optional claimer. 5.5 furlong dash. Field and updated odds with agent Peter Graves. 6-5 currently. Chasing Artie number 2, trained by Saffie Joseph. We discussed the Wood Memorial earlier in the show. Joseph, who engineered that massive upset with Lord Miles at a huge price, out finishing Hit Show in the Wood a few weeks back.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to tell you something about Lord Miles. I liked Lord Miles in a couple of the races as a peripheral player at Gulfstream Park. And he ran well in the Mucho Macho Man and just his second start, stretching out to the one-turn mile. And then I kind of got a little turned off by his 2 turn races down there. But you know what, Lafitte? Maybe in hindsight, it was Gulfstream. Maybe he needed a little change of scenery. And he got a beautiful ride here from Paco Lopez. There was an inquiry after this, and I joked around. For the first time, Paco Lopez wasn't guilty in the middle of the inquiry. I don't even know how his number was blinking. He gave this horse a beautiful ride. The water gets considerably deeper now, but at the price difference between him and Hit Show, and Hit Show getting the dreaded rail draw, I mean, this horse is going to be staring at you at what, 40-1? Because I do wonder how much the Rich Strike repercussions have. Right? You and I talked about this Saturday night, and
the long 43 shots will be underlaid.
Yeah.
I'm sure all the jockeys from post 18 in are thrilled. Paco Lopez breaking from the 19 with Lord Miles. Disarm for Steve Asmussen and Joel Rosario. They just missed last year with Epicenter. Epicenter was a favorite. Disarm will not be. Always highly regarded. There might be a question about the distance. And on this afternoon, a few weeks back, just 3 weeks in between the Lexington and the Derby, needed to pick up these points to qualify for the Kentucky Derby. Winning was not the focal point for Asmussen for Disarm in the Lexington. Just good enough to run third and get those points.
I can give you every movie reference I have. Remember Karate Kid 3 when they tell Mike Barnes, get the point? That's what this was. Go get your points, right? And again, Steve probably didn't have this horse 100% cranked to win. You want to go over there and win, but if the worst case scenario was he got enough points to get to Louisville, which was the main objective, he got that done. He is very, very, very interesting. If he's 30-1 on the tote,
he goes lower than that.
He has to go lower than that. Asmussen and Rosario.
Yeah.
And this horse went from a short stretch 2-turn mile at Churchill, at Oaklawn, off the layoff, to a 1 3/16 miles with no pace, and was the only horse doing any running at the end of the race. Everybody else was going the other way. He's moving forward. He gets the points. He comes back in 3 weeks. Okay, so he's not 30-1, 22-1, 25-1. Can he win? I don't know if he can win, but I'll tell you what, he'll be on all of my exotic tickets. I believe I officially made him the third pick. I put him third. I think he's going to run a giant race.
We can hear the buzz from Louisville here on Disarm. He has become somewhat of that wise guy, make sure and use underneath type, as well as he has looked, as well as he has trained, and world-class connections. Disarm, and for Ron Winchell, Steve Asmussen, how many tries they have had together and with some really good horses, going back to Gunrunner, who was third behind Nyquist in Exaggerator 2016. Epicenter last year. You feel as though if Asmussen gets that first Derby, whenever that is, it would be fitting, much like his record breaker at Saratoga to become North America's all-time leading trainer, to do so with Ron Winchell, the Winchells, everything and all the success they've had together.
He set the Oaklawn record with the Winchell Silks as well. Yeah, you know, they're becoming synonymous, if they aren't already, especially after Gunrunner. But, you know, it's kind of been really etched in stone. You know, it's almost like 30 years ago when you saw the red and white and blue AP, you thought of Belmont.
No.
Right? It's starting to get that way with the Winchell.
Paulson.
Yep.
Absolutely. And how much he looks like Gunrunner, apparently.
Amazing.
We'll see if he can perform like him on Saturday in the 149th Kentucky Derby Post-Parade Horseshoe Indy. We saw a 2-5 shot and Tap the Drum. Here's Ghost Bike and David Lopez.
Yeah. Back up for a special weight try. He debuted against fellow Florida breds at Gulfstream for the Louis Rizal of Risen Star fame.
Of Risen Star fame. Ice time to the outside at 9-2.
Yeah, we ran one time on the main track in an intended dirt race. Off the turf race, he finished second.
Several scratches, risky choice among them. So a field of 5, maiden special weight, 1 mile, 3-year-olds. So why is Tap the Drum about to set Horseshoe Indy on fire as a 1-2 favorite?
See that Brad Cox guy?
Oh yeah, that. Enough said.
That guy. I think it's that guy, but I could be mistaken.
Brad Cox is going to run more significant horses this week. 3 in the Oaks, 4 in the Derby, of which you can experience with Naira Bets. Join now. Get a $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. New members earn a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up, NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. And Andy's Oaks Derby selections are or will be all posted.
Yeah, tomorrow morning,
Tomorrow morning.
He's very excited. He always gets very excited.
Is it just the 2 biggest races? Is it the stakes and the undercards as well?
They do the videos. You know why else Tap the Drum is 1-2, Lafitte?
Other than Brad Cox?
You know she's a half to? I shouldn't say it to you like that.
I don't.
One of the best fillies we've seen in the last 10 years. I had to look it up to make sure. So, and you didn't have the luxury of looking it up, so I'm sorry I said that to you.
No.
That would be the one and only Monomoy Girl.
Oh, wow.
Who debuted at Horseshoe Indy on the grass. People forget that about
That's a
her.
great trivia question.
Debuted at Horseshoe Indy on the grass, I believe because he wanted to get her to go long, and it was a 2-turn mile there. And then she came back and won she won on the slop, the mile race, not the equivalent of the street sense before those races got graded on the Stars of the opening day Stars of Tomorrow card. That's Sunday.
Not Pocahontas?
No, not graded.
Not graded.
I can't remember it right now.
Monomoy Girl, one of 2 Oaks winners for Brad Cox. She Dares the Devil being the other. Angel of Empire, I believe, raced twice at Horseshoe Indy.
Correct.
Not considered.
You are correct,
Not
sir.
considered the top first string for Brad Cox. He is now. Post time, race 4, Horseshoe Indy.
They're off. There's Metatron's Muse. The Motto starts a bid. Ghost Bike in the black silks and Tap the Drum the gray is also close up, with Ice Time dropping back to last here in the early stages as they round the first turn. 7 furlongs to go. And the leader, Metatron's Muse. Metatron's Muse dictates terms for Fernando de la Cruz, 1.5 lengths. The Motto just has moved up to gain second as these 3-year-olds go to the back of the track. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and the favorite. Tap the Drum with the rail, then Ice Time, and in between horses held up Ghost Bike. The first 2 of 8 furlongs, track now good, 25.85 seconds. Metatron's Muse slows them up here at the shoe. Metatron's Muse dictates terms. Santiago Gonzalez with the Motto close in tow. Then toward the inside is Tap the Drum with Deshaun Parker Ice Time in the blue cap looking to make progress. And for David Lopez, Ghost Bike remains last to the quintet. A half mile for the front runner, Metatron's Muse. 51.24 controlled seconds as they go to 3 furlongs from home. So it's the Motto. First to take a crack now at Metatron's Muse. Metatron's Muse is just a leader from the Motto. With on the outside, Ice Time making three-path progress. Tap the Drum has run. Just held up is Tap the Drum, who will straighten away in fourth. Then we trail back to Ghost Bike after 3/4 in 1 minute 15.82 seconds. Coming down toward the final furlong. It's the Motto with toward the inside, Metatron's Muse, Ice Time, and toward the inside is Tap the Drum, who's looking to thread the needle there, coming inside the final 16th for Fernando de la Cruz. Metatron's Muse kept on finding. Metatron's Muse has scored the winning run by 2. Tap the Drum gained second, Ice Time third. The Motto finished fourth, well clear from Ghost Bike.
What they do to Monomoy Girl's little sister out there?
Boy, X gonna give it to you, huh? She was the target the entire way around there. Deshaun Parker and Ice Time, he won't give you ice in the winter, man. Wow, he wouldn't let her out for nothing. What race riding there?
Locked up. Meanwhile, Metatron's Muse, she flies the coop.
Dirt debut, blinkers back on. They paid $310,000 for this son. He, a son of Flatter out of a curling mare who didn't do much running after his debut, but nice little run today on the main track for the first time.
Metatron's Muse at Horseshoe. Results when we come back. Much more. You're watching America's Day at the Races from Belmont Park. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit AmericasBestRacing.net today. Secretariat staring right through your soul, Anthony. Right through your soul.
Big red. Oh, that's violent. Big red.
50 years.
50
year anniversary since he was moving like a tremendous machine. Metatron's Muse. Man, 880 for the win. Tap the Drum. Well-bred colt. Monomoy Girl's little brother. Just nowhere to go until it was too late.
If this was a harness race, we had plenty of harness on the show this past Saturday from the Meadowlands, the short comment in the PPs next week would be given the business, because he was just blocked in the box the entire way. And you know what? It was a nice effort from Tap the Drum, because despite all of the traffic and the trip he had, kept coming. When that daylight came, he came running to it, but Metatron's Muse had flew the coop, like you said. He was long gone, and you hope that he can learn off of that. And you always like to see these. I know a lot of people like to follow the pedigrees and the little brothers and the little sisters. I'll tell you what, when we mentioned, Paul mentioned it earlier, Maggie mentioned it earlier, Tacitus's little sister, Skilla. She's going to be one, I think, that's going to be reckoned with in this 3-year-old filly division in the second half of the year. That was some debut down at Keeneland.
Yeah, a couple of things. He's going to have, as they call the field, a post. He's going to have better racing luck in the future.
Yep.
He's not always going to be handcuffed the way he was today. And oh, by the way, that's the jockeys didn't do anything wrong.
No.
Horse to beat, make it that much tougher on him. Red Ortiz knows all about that. Agent Peter Graves, the favorite in this really good turf sprint, the 8th at Churchill Downs.
Going to jump on this one for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. We saw Rocket Cannon schooling in the paddock before the last race. Bill Mott going to try to get his first Derby win the traditional way by crossing the line first on Saturday.
Chasing Artie, unraced since last September's turf sprint at Kentucky Downs.
Quite a few layoff lines here, but when this horse is good, 4 for 7 on the grass. He's 0 for 1 at Churchill, but it's a different course. Safi does a great job.
Mr. Travis Stone going to have fun with that one. All in sync, overmatched in the Shakertown at Keeneland.
They may have named Mr. After me. I'm always eating something. All in sync. Blinkers go on. I wonder what this horse does with the blinkers today.
Thanks, Mr. Edson. Struggled on synthetic at Turfway this winter.
Yeah, named after a former racing secretary out in California. We'll see how he does getting back to the lawn.
Coppola, John Velasquez looking for a third win this afternoon.
Yeah, third off a long layoff. This horse got a couple of big figs down at Gulfstream Park, finishing 4th. And you see Shecky Shabazz, former stakes winner, beat him last time.
Diamond City, tall order for him.
Didn't have the speed he showed on the Turfway Park to Pito. See if he gets back to it today.
Will to Run draws in for Ben Colebrook.
Yeah, he ran well first time on the grass down at Keeneland off a couple of polytrack races. He started his career on the turf.
Aptly named Charcoal draws in.
Yeah, beautiful color, right? He could run to his looks. He'd be dangerous in here.
Right.
Good-looking horse. And
19 to 1 if you like him.
Warming up well, too.
Who'd you like here with Agent Peter Graves looming as the 9-5 favorite?
Yeah, I can't take that price on him. I like Mr. Not just for the name.
Not just
either.
for the name?
No. He gets his Lasix back. I think that's what he was missing last time. And the ground was labeled good last time. His better turf races have come when he's able to hear his feet rattle a little bit. Lone Star Park, Remington Park, and then that race, too, back at the fairgrounds. Hundo, buy a speed figure. I mean, he comes back to that. He comes back to that race. You could put the money in Forge Ahead Stables account, and there's going to be a lot of it. How much is this? 134 dimes?
It's 134,000. Good turf sprint, and you consider how long it's been since Agent Peter Graves' last win. Have to go all the way back to June of last summer at Canterbury. We're at Churchill. Agent Peter Graves is the favorite, trained by a Hall of Famer, standing by with Maggie.
Here with Bill Mott. And Bill, let's talk a little bit about Agent Peter Graves. A big race, big number last time. The 5/8. Is that a little short for him? Do you think he benefits from just getting that extra half a furlong?
I think the extra half a furlong could help him. I think for me, that 5/8 is a very different race from even 5.5 and 6 furlongs. But I think he'll be well suited for the extra 1/16 of a mile.
He seems like a handy, kind of compact little horse.
I think he is. He's a really fun little horse to train. He shows up every day, and I think he's, it all depends on the break. I mean, if he gets a good break, I think he's fine if he's on the lead or wherever he settles in himself. You know what I mean? I think you just never how it's going to go. You never know how the break is going to go.
I feel like these turf sprints are over before you know it, before you can even make a move sometimes. But Bill, let's talk about your Derby entrant, Rocket Can. I watched him school. I watched him train. He looks phenomenal. And he's really progressed. He's one I've watched from 2 to 3, and he really has progressed. Talk about what you're looking for in the Derby.
I'd love to just see him up in the race. You know what I mean? You don't want to be lagging back toward the end, and I think he's got enough tactical speed where he should be in the first 10 anyway, hopefully, with a good break. And we've got what I think is a good post. I mean, I'm fine with the 18 hole. They've got a long run down to the turn, and if the field spreads out, he'll have time to get over a little bit. You never want to be too wide on any of the turns, but having a clear trip is a big advantage.
You've had just a mind-blowing career, and I know you've got the one Derby win via DQ. For you, though, can you put into words what it would be like to cross the wire first?
Well, I kind of started out here at Churchill Downs and cut my teeth here, and I feel like I've got, been here a lot, won a lot of races here, and naturally the Kentucky Derby is probably on everybody's bucket list if they, get those opportunities. So, to finish first, cross the finish line first, would be, pretty special.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Good luck here. Good luck on Saturday as well.
Thank you.
All right, Bill Mott sending out Agent Peter Graves. He's also going to face a guy in Wayne Catalano who came up to me and Bill and said, you know what? I'm the only jockey to ever win 5 races in one day for him. What a career they both have had, Lafitte.
Speaking of trivia, that is amazing.
I am the biggest Bill Mott fan
Anthony's been glowing
on
the
the planet
during that interview.
And I did not know that. I once named 178 Bill Mott horses at St. John's University. A kid told me he was a bigger Bill Mott fan than me. I named 178 Bill Mott horses.
Kids trying to sleep and you're still.
I lost the paper during Hurricane Sandy. It got lost in the flood. I had 178 that were currently in training or retired within 2 years. My friend Glenn Heckel looked at me like I had 17 heads.
You have to do that in front of Bill Mott.
Oh, Bill was at my college graduation party 25 years ago. I have a picture with Bill and I have
popular kid in class.
Picture with Bill and Tina. It was. My parents surprised me with him.
His first Kentucky Derby in 1984. Wow. 1984, Bill Mott's first.
That was a great ride on the winner in 1984.
That's the best you'll ever see. The best you'll ever see from that first slot in the auxiliary gate. Swale. His stable, even by Bill Mott's standards, seemingly things have gone to a completely different level. Mott trying for another one here at Churchill with Agent Peter Graves. Right back to Churchill, and Paula Duke is standing by. Paulie.
Yeah, and, I think he's got a big chance here, does Bill Mott, to get the W with Agent Peter Graves. And what I like the most is, Lafitte, when you look at these 5 furlong races at Gulfstream Park, sometimes they can come up light, the sprint races, but they were 12, 10, and 10 horse fields. So you got to navigate through a lot going 5 furlongs. And this horse made very, very good account of himself. Now, didn't win much, but in 2022 was able to take a couple races gate to wire. But one was at Sam Houston and one was at Canterbury. So where does the one lie in class-wise here at 9-5? I understand that the figures are going up, but we'll see what happens here. The 2 Chasing Artie goes out for Saffie Joseph Jr., and this horse has got a couple races to go back to. Hasn't been seen since Kentucky Downs. We all know that Kentucky Downs kind of a funky figuration, and sometimes horses don't take to it. And, Chasing Artie, a son of We Miss Artie, sort of backed off a little bit. The one race at Churchill Downs was in the turf sprint. Arrest Me Red Brand, that was an unbelievable field, and the horse had a ton of trouble that day. They're going in the gate right now. I like the 8. I think the 8 for Doug O'Neill. Thanks, Mr. Edison. Gets back to some of those turf starts. This horse has got a giant shot in here, and I think you're getting a good price here with Ricardo Santana at 7-1, Lafitte.
At a price, 2-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer Doug O'Neill. Post time for the 8th. Travis Stone with the call.
They're off. And Diamond City bounces out on top. Charcoal is there too. So too is Coppola. Down inside is Agent Peter Graves. So down the back stretch they go. Charcoal comes up on the outside of Diamond City. These two head to head early on. Coppola backs off toward the inside. 3rd, thanks Mr. Edson, is out in 4th. Agent Peter Graves toward the inside is racing 5th. Will to Run is 6th. Mr. Is down inside 7th by 3. And then it's all in sync. And at the back is Chasing Artie. Round the far turn. Diamond City, short lead, Charcoal right there. Thanks, Mr. Edson, looms up 3 wide. Coppola set to strike right there in behind with Will to Run as they come off the turn. And it's Diamond City in front, top of the lane. Charcoal's there. Thanks, Mr. Edson. Will to Run. Agent Peter Graves switched out. Mr. Is coming up the rail. 1 furlong to go. Coppola comes away with the lead and spurts away. Coppola with a burst of energy. Streaks under the wire to win it by 4. Mr. Got up for 2nd. Diamond City was 3rd, and looks like Will to Run was 4th.
Told you he'd have fun with that, Travis Stone. You know who else is having fun at Churchill? Johnny Velasquez, 3 wins on the afternoon. Coppola in the 8th for trainer Dale Romans.
Yeah, he found that length in a whole lot more on Agent Peter Graves and Mambo on 3. Here, I mean, this horse just ran away and hid from this bunch. Turf sprints are tough enough to win. When you win them by a daylight like he did, 3.5, 4 lengths under the line, very, very impressive. Just his 3rd turf start. Big effort from the Southern Mint to Mischief.
9-1.
I know, that's a big price on this horse. If you told me before the race that he was going to be behind Agent Peter Graves in the early running, I would have kept my money in my Naira Bets account. But that's where he was when the gate opened. I think he ran really well. Never really had a clean trip. Was stuck inside the whole way. Was able to sneak past to get the. I think he got the place money in a head bob.
We just saw the head-on of the start for the first time. As you look at Coppola, streak for the wire, Johnny V. Agent Peter Graves made a right-hand turn, leaving the gate with Arad Ortiz. Ortiz trying to straighten him out. So a race you're going to want to watch and see how many were impacted, as there was some trading of paint, a lot of bumping and jostling, leaving the starting gate with the favorite, Agent Peter Graves.
Well built.
Bearing out at the start. Go ahead.
Well built horse. See, this horse is small, kind. He looks like Barry Sanders, right? These little turf sprinters. That's what you want to see out of them. Small, compact, barrel-chested. Looks like he'll run through a brick wall if you ask him to.
He could do it all. He could absolutely do it all. Coppola, John Velasquez, 3 on the afternoon at a price. This one for trainer Dale Romans. Coppola at Churchill. Results when we come back. Photo for second, not yet available.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000. 165,000.
160,000. Thank you.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Quiet at Belmont Park for now. Opening day Thursday, spring summer meet. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Anything but quiet at Churchill Downs. Kentucky Derby week. Johnny Velasquez finding his groove at a good time to find your groove.
Kicking off Derby week with a 3-win, 3-bagger. What a nice ride on this horse, too. See him just save the ground up. Inside doesn't open up. All right, I'm going to go split these. As Arnold Schwarzenegger would say, hasta la vista, baby.
And this is in a turf sprint to win by that much. That's a blowout.
Yeah, you just don't see it.
And find like that sprinter who gives you a second move, that next gear that Coppola was found and ran away and hit. 20:06. Coppola, 3 for Johnny V. Mr. To complete the exact. How about Diamond City at 45 to 1, completing the trifecta?
Big balloons, super high 5 carryover into the finale.
A down 1 left, 9th race, good maiden race, Derby distance. of a mile and a quarter. 3-year-olds and older, $120,000 purse. Field of 9. Did you like anybody?
They had this for the fillies on Saturday night. I had a tough time with this race. I was spread 5 deep in here to a very defunct. I don't even know if that makes any sense, to a very defunct Pick 5 ticket right now. That thing's dead as disco.
Good warm-up for Travis Stone, calling a mile and a quarter race at Churchill Downs here. The 9th and final coming up next. Our coverage continues on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races, as coverage from Derby Week continues. 149th running of the Run for the Roses this Saturday.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run.
Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner. It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's Improbable to win the Whitney.
For over a century, the hallowed grounds of Claiborne Farm have housed iconic stallions and broodmares, while also breeding and raising the game's next crop of racehorses. And behind all those horses are generations of professionals who care for the thoroughbred. At Claiborne, it's not uncommon to see employees who have worked in various capacities at the farm for several decades.
My grandfather handled stallions here for 18 years. My father worked here for almost 27, so this is home.
It's home. It's my second home. All of us are just like one big family.
I was born and raised here. My father was the broodmare manager here for 40 years, so Claiborne is home. Me and Wesley are both here now. He's the broodmare manager.
Well, actually, I grew up on Claiborne, so this is really all I've known, 40-some years. I took over the broodmare position in 2004, so I've seen approximately 17 foal crops come through the nursery, which is kind of behind us. You know, self-fulfilling to see their journey.
I have to come over here to the other side of the farm sometimes to see horses that I'll just miss, you know, even though I'm on the yearling side. It's funny, you can recognize that horses remember you and that you had an effect and a good rapport with them and they like you, you know, and I never get tired of that feeling. It's really neat.
James Sebastian started working at Claiborne in 1966. In 1971, he moved from yearlings to the broodmare division, delivering foals half the year. Sebastian estimates that he's delivered 10,000 foals during his night shift.
You know, we have a very family atmosphere here. Obviously, Claiborne's been in our family for 4 generations. You have a lot of uncles and cousins and brothers that work here, and then they put out the word that, you know, this place is all right, they treat you right, they treat the horses right, so they want to come on board and have a family atmosphere. Very prideful of the people that put so much hard work and loyalty that helped us make Claiborne Farm what it is.
Those stories, the families, generations, the pride, a big part of making Claiborne Farm what it is today. And 100 years, of course, doing the usual, unusually well in the role that Claiborne Farm has simply played in the history of the sport of thoroughbred racing.
Yeah, it's just an amazing place. One of the funnest days of my life was when I visited Claiborne Farm. Amazing place. If you're a racing fan, get down there for a farm tour.
Claiborne Farm, that Derby win back in '84, a Belmont and Derby for Swale. Who will it be this year? The 149th Kentucky Derby on Saturday. We're live at Horseshoe Indy for the 5th. State bred here, $12,500 maiden claimer. 5.5 furlong sprint. Fillies and mares. Anthony in the favorite toward the outside. 8-5 Golden Heist.
She's already tried 10 times to get out of the maiden ranks. And she'll return from a November layoff. Indiana bred, nowhere to go in the winter, so most of them just chill out in the Hoosier State and get a little chubby, like me. I get chubby throughout the year. I don't just wait for the winter.
Looking sharp. Looking
Thanks.
very dapper, my friend. Very dapper.
We try.
We have a late scratch. The 4 is out. A quick glance was 12-1 and doesn't figure to impact the running of the race. Not a lot of speed that would have changed the pace, at least on paper.
I don't know what's going to change much in this heat at Horseshoe Indy, my friend. 12-5 Hoosier breds. There's a firster in here, Seminole Night, daughter of Midnight Storm, 701, the number 5. Sammy Bermudez knows how to pop at a price. And he's an aggressive rider, so we'll see what this daughter of Midnight Storm does in her debut.
There she is. The first-time starter, and just enough support to indicate she could be.
Yep.
Could be live this afternoon, the first-time starter, Seminole Midnight. But, yeah, Golden Heist continues to reign as a heavy 8-5 favorite. Second choice, a strong second choice in Darnell at 2-1. 9-race maiden and in second in her last pair.
Last couple of second-place finishes. You know what's kind of interesting about this race, Lafitte? The 1 hasn't run since November 21st. The 2 hasn't run since June 22nd. The 3 hasn't run since June 22nd, since June 7th, rather. The 6 hasn't run since November 21st. The 7 hasn't run since November 10th. And the 8th hasn't run since November 10th.
I'm sensing a pattern.
Just based on that, I'd take a little flyer with the firster. I all haven't seen the starter in a long time.
Well, she's having to do it all for the first time. The others have to prove that no rust.
Yeah.
For Darnell, who is the second choice, we mentioned those 2 second-place finishes. Sure, that when we last saw her, going all the way back to last
name of an ex-girlfriend, by the way.
Last name of
an ex-girlfriend.
I should have known that.
Yeah. Yeah. She makes the most. I would bet her over Golden Heist.
Just from a price perspective, or
price perspective. Golden Heist. For some reason, it looks like her connections have been trying to get her to go a distance of ground. And the other filly, they tried it twice. Once on the grass and once on the dirt. And they realized that that was not going to be the case. So her last 2 dirt sprints, Darnell's, the number 6, at this level, they're probably going to get the job done.
It should, because, look, right next door is Snuggler, number 7. And, all right, so she was struggling against Maiden Special Weight Company, state bred. But then she does drop down to this level. She was bet. She was 3-1. Again, against same company. She beat one horse.
Yeah, no.
And she's 5-1.
Yeah. To the bench. Right after that, again, like the other Indiana, like all the.
Like at least Darnell's been competitive.
Yeah.
Against these.
Yep. That's basically what it boiled down to for me. 5s and 6s. But I would take the firster because, like you said it perfectly. Just enough money to show you that maybe she could run a little bit, and still a big enough price where you don't want to take short prices on horses coming off layoffs, varying from 6 months to almost a year.
You know who they are.
Yeah.
You know who the rest of them are. Try a fresh face. maybe it's Seminole Midnight. 7-1 when we last checked, the first time starter number 5.
Mitch scolded us for not bringing up any Godfather references for Coppola, but we could use a Goodfellas line here. It is what it is.
It is what it is. In the gate, filing in, all set for the 5th Horseshoe Indy. John G. Dooley standing by.
Golden Heist 925 favorite. Over the 5.5 furlongs, here's the drone view. Good track at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Happy Kaye. 2 back. Snuggler. Hannah Leahy claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance. So stand by. 1 more. Eddie Perez with Golden Heist. 9-5 favorite Golden Heist. 5-2 Darnell. Snuggler's 3-1. All in line. And they're off. Golden Heist toward the inside. Cabin Abbey and Happy Kaye starts a bid to just lead for Jane Elliott. And toward the inside of the red cap, vying for the lead is Cabin Abbey. With the first-time starter, Seminole Midnight a close third. Snuggler tracks them from 4th as they dash through the first furlong and a half. After breaking sharp enough, Golden Heist is posted wide. With looking to gain toward the inside is Darnell in the purple silks, and Liz Said No trails the Maiden Fillies Mare Sprint. The quarter 23.02 seconds. They go to 3 furlongs from home. It's Happy Kaye. Happy Kaye leads the way coming toward the quarter pole. Opens up a 3-length lead on Snuggler, who's vying for second with Cabin Abbey. Then in between horses, Seminole Midnight's under pressure. Golden Heist and the black cap on the front outside as these maidens come for home. Then toward the inside, next as they straightened away was Darnell. We trail back to Liz Said No. Half mile for Happy Kaye. 47.39 seconds. Happy Kaye looking to finish them off. Still the 16 to get and a 5-length cushion from a running on Snuggler. The rest battle for the balance. It's Happy Kaye for Jane Elliott. Happy Kaye. Happy Kaye has scored the winning run by 4 from Snuggler. Liz Said No third, then Cabin Abbey with Golden Heist and Darnell.
Thought John G. Dooley might go diehard on us there.
No, he held
Happy
it.
Kaye.
We would have.
At Horseshoe Indy. Off the board in her first 3. Hadn't raced since last June. Comes back running.
Best hops to drop, Lafitte. All the way down from the special weight to the 12.5, right to the top. And easy. I mean, never really in doubt. Nobody coming out the back. None of the back markers ever moved. Snuggler able to get into second, but nobody did any real running in
The
here.
first-time starter, not much. Seminole Midnight at Golden Heist, the heavy favorite. Off the board, a non-factor. When we return, beneath the twin spires at Churchill Downs, the horses are in the paddock, 14 minutes out till the nightcap. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Spring summer meet just around the corner. Belmont Park is always the centerpiece, the Belmont Stakes. The Belmont Stakes, June 10th on Fox. There's a Triple Crown winner this year. This is where you'll see it. Fox Sports, the Belmont Stakes, Test of the Champion, only on Fox.
I think Arad was pumped up last year. Ward Modonegal. Wow.
Fired up, second win in the Belmont Stakes. Arad Ortiz, that great ride on Creator back in 2016. Mo Donegal last year, as you mentioned, Rapoli, Pletcher, Arad Ortiz, Team Forte, favored in the Derby, and running 1-2, hoisting the hardware, running 1-2 in the Belmont Stakes with the filly Nest.
That was amazing.
You don't want to miss those dates. Really don't want to miss those dates.
No, not at all. Opening day, Ruffian's always a big one. That's a prep for the Ogden Phipps. That's part of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. And yeah, you see that one at the end there? That means we go to Saratoga after that, pal. Right up the Northway.
Even gets better.
Right up the thruway and the Northway.
Getting better.
Let's enjoy Belmont, though, for a couple of months.
It's been way too long.
I'm ready to.
10 months, live racing resumes. We'll have it for you right here on Thursday, opening day of the spring summer meet. Have a chance to take a look at that Westchester.
Zandon.
Friday, Zandon.
That's a big one. Yeah. Looking forward to seeing him return.
Friday, not bad for a Friday feature.
Not at all.
Again, all the live coverage right here on America's Day at the Races. Riders Up, Race 9, Churchill Downs. Just like the Derby, mile and a quarter, maiden special weight, $120,000 purse. Pretty good purse for a maiden race.
Pretty good, as Larry Davis would say.
Who'd you like in this one?
I had a 5-ball going into the now
Mount
defunct
Craig.
Mount Craig for Ron Moquette. My man Harry Rosenblum. Harry Truman Rosenblum. Harry Truman was his godfather. How about that one?
Wow.
Original trainer. Not original trainer. Harry couldn't train Lassie to bark. I love Harry, so I can say that about Harry. Hi, Harry, if you're listening. Original owner of Whitmore.
It's pretty good.
Had Far Right in the Derby a few years ago. People forget Whitmore was in the Derby as well.
Yeah.
Had a really nice horse who
hit the board in the Rebel of the Arkansas Derby, one of the two.
Had a really nice horse at Wayne Catalano named Uncontested for a while, too.
This field, mile and a quarter, calling the field a post. There's Atlantic Dancer, two-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer Nick Zito, followed by Route Runner and Luis Saez. Takes over, fifth jockey in as many races.
Son of Gun Runner. He's going to try the mile and a quarter. It's also his fourth different racing surface as well, Lafitte.
7-1. Saez all smiles. Gamekeeper. Callium at home, ready for D. Wayne Lucas.
Yeah, let's see how he likes the mile and a quarter. Certainly looks like the coach has kind of run him into shape a little bit. And he's a big price at 14-1.
Prove worthy. Team Forte, Arad Ortiz, Todd Pletcher, Rapoli, St. Elias.
I would imagine he's going to be a little bit closer than he's been. That's my guess. Arad gets him in the game a little earlier.
4-1 currently. Mount Craig, who you touched on.
Yeah, son of Arrogate out of a Curlin mare. Certainly should not mind the mile and a quarter. He's making up ground in most of his races.
And the favorite in the Windstar White, Shibui, 2-2 for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, this horse is a little tough to take at that price. As I don't know how far he wants to go. Race day out of a Divine Park mare. You want him to get 10 furlongs? I don't want him at that price.
Let's see how he does at the mile and a quarter distance. Braggadocious.
Rusty Arnold's numbers second time out are insane. They're close to 30%. It's been that way for 40 years, you feel.
The first-time starter cold on the board here. Heroes Medal. There he is.
Yeah, he's going to try turf for the first time. He comes out of a bit of a key race at the fairgrounds on the grass. Gets a pair of blinkers as well.
And so does Game Warden with John Velasquez. Johnny V looking for a fourth.
Yeah, looking for a four-bagger for my man Bill Mott by Tappet. You would imagine the mile and a quarter is not going to be an issue. The Lasix really has seemed to help him get his act going. And again, of course, you can't have it as a 2-year-old, so as soon as he was 3. And Bill is not the type of trainer that will just add the Lasix to the repertoire. So that leads me to believe that this horse needed it. And now he gets the pair of blinkers. You see Kings Barnes. He's less than 2 lengths behind him. I think he's of the favorites, he'd be the favorite I would endorse.
Blinkers on, Game Warden for Bill Mott, just like Rocket Can in the Derby on Saturday. Maggie.
Yeah, and we see the Derby starting gate in place here, guys. This is kind of a practice run in this maiden special weight run at the Derby distance of a mile and a quarter. So it kind of gives everybody a clue as to what we're going to see with these horses breaking as they do from this new gate that we see for the second year in use. Let's talk a bit about your favorite. That's number 6, Shibui. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I just did like Lafitte. Like, when in doubt, just copy Lafitte. looks like he'll love this 1.25 mile distance. Son of race day and moving. I was like, okay, he fits in here in the paddock, but once I saw him on the racetrack, he elevated tenfold in my eyes, just really throwing his legs out there. And two, he has the right disposition for a horse to relax and be able to just click off those 12s. And that's typically the type of horses who win these races. Nice warm up with beneath Flavien Prat. I couldn't get over, though, number 9, and here's your current second choice. That's Game Warden, as he comes off a bit of a freshening for Bill Mott, one that I have had the chance of seeing before in his debut. It was funny. Will want long. Well, he gets it here as he gets another furlong to work with off of the second place narrow defeat back in February, going 1 1/8 miles. Short Cup cheater blinkers applied today. Now, he was very much on his toes throughout the preliminaries. I just hope he's not expending too much energy given the distance settled a bit once he got out on track, but he by far won the beauty contest. As we'll move on to number 7, Braggadocious. Thought he was a little bit interesting. Did get some pace to close into last time out, but feels like he could be maybe a touch more forward because he was very full of himself, very keen and sharp, has warmed up nicely. Big leggy son of Gun Runner. We don't often see, though, many gray gun runners, but nonetheless, I thought he was a little bit interesting making his second start. But Lafitte, for me, it was all about the 6 and 9.
Maggie, thanks so much. As the warm-up continues, you look at Game Warden, John Velazquez, again looking for that 4th win on the afternoon.
Yeah. The elusive 4th win. This horse looks good, huh? I love Tappets.
Game Warden, Velazquez to ride Reincarnate in the Derby. Expect him to be forwardly placed. He's done his best work when he's been in front. It hasn't worked out in his last couple starts, but you look at how Velazquez won. Crossed the wire in front in the Kentucky Derbies. He won. Medina Spirit, of course, later disqualified. Authentic in the September COVID Derby, wire to wire. Always Dreaming right there in the thick of things. Reincarnate does have that kind of speed to be right there up in the mix early. And if there's a jockey who can get him there early on, it's John Velazquez.
No question about it. No question about it. Well, not much of this Shibui winning the number 6 is based on the fact that he is National Collegiate Player of the Year.
Could have something to do with it.
Kentucky Wildcat.
Some Wildcat fans watching. Shibui.
I guess. I got to take Braggadocious at that price. Not only is he named after me, but, I mean, these Rusty Arnold numbers second time are impossibly good. And he sports the highest buyer speed figure in the field. So
helpful.
If he has the best race of any of these horses so far, and his trainer wins it close to 30% second time out.
You heard what Maggie was saying. She liked most of what she was seeing. Braggadocious.
I got to jump in.
A great gun runner. And just hoping that he could keep it together before we get to post time here, hoping he wouldn't expend too much energy before post time.
I got to
nice and relaxed right there.
I got to jump in.
The Calumet colors.
I got to get on my Naira Bets account, and I got to jump in here. There's no way around it. That's too big of a price. Especially when one favorite.
Get you out for the afternoon?
I feel one favorite. Yeah, I'm hoping so. I feel one favorite, Shibui, is definitely vulnerable. Game Warden hasn't run in a little over 2 months.
What's the vulnerability with Shibui?
I mean, he's backing up at 1 16th, and I think he's going to try to go to the top in here, and I don't know if that's the move. His pedigree, I mean, race day, Divine Park's best race was the Met Mile. He looks amazing, but we don't expect anything less from the Hall of Famer, do we? They all walk over there looking like they just got out of the car wash and got a brand new coat of wax on them.
Forte, who looked incredible in the paddock a little bit earlier this afternoon for trainer Todd Pletcher. You saw Flavien Prat in his limited experience in the Kentucky Derby. He wore those Windstar silks with Battle of Midway. Hit the board at a massive price back in 17. Country House, who was second, 60 to 1, somewhere in there.
Let's go with 63 to 1.
63 to 1. So regardless of the disqualification, the fact that Pratt rode a 60-some-odd to 1 shot who finished second in the Kentucky Derby, right there with Hot Rod Charlie, finished third, eventually moved up, placed second. Country House, of course, the winner, so he is a Derby winning jockey. Point is, on the biggest stage, in the handful of mounts, Pratt has maximized potential of the 3-year-olds he's being riding in the Derby and maximizing the opportunity each and every time. Rides Angel of Empire.
Yeah. You know I have a $2 souvenir ticket from Country House, right? You know, that wasn't going to happen.
Wow.
That wasn't happening.
Just loyalty.
That wasn't happening
Your
on my
fandom
watch.
and loyalty pays off.
Every horse he's ever run in the Kentucky Derby,
Where?
I had a $2 win ticket on just in case.
Not the one in 84. I'm not buying that.
No.
Not the one in 84.
Since
that
then.
was his Kentucky Derby debut.
No, Kentucky Derby, yes, not that one. Not that one, sir. The rest of them.
He has Game Warden on the outside here, does Bill Mott with John Velasquez. Velasquez looking for a fourth, the favorite Shibwe moving into line. And this, again, this is exactly what it's going to look like in terms of the distance. And for Travis Stone, gets a practice run at a 1.25 mile race this Saturday, 149th Kentucky Derby for the Tuesday nightcap. 1.25 mile maiden special weight. It's post time. Travis Stone standing by.
Medal and Game Warden. They're in the gate, and they're off. Prove Worthy came out just a bit soon after the break, looking for the lead there with Shibwe. Heroes Medal's not far behind. Braggadocious toward the inside. Gamekeeper's up close, and farther out is Game Warden, who tries to tuck in behind the early firing line. And that's led by Heroes Medal, who's come on to grab the lead. Shibwe's right there to the inside in second, and Gamekeeper settles in toward the rail third as they hit the first turn. Game Warden stuck out 2 or 3 wide, racing up into fourth. Prove Worthy finds a cozy spot down toward the inside, tucked away fifth. And then it's Braggadocious racing in 6th, Route Runner in 7th, Mount Craig and Atlantic Dancers the trailer. They move around the clubhouse turn. That opening quarter through the stretch in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Heroes Medal turning to the backstretch run now. 6 furlongs to go, steps out to lead by a length. Gamekeeper backs off toward the inside, but is keeping pace nonetheless. And Shibwe is perched out there 3 wide and is inching forward with 5 furlongs to go. 2.5 lengths back to Game Warden racing in 4th. Prove Worthy advancing in between while 5th. Route Runner down inside 6, but only 4 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Mount Craig, Braggadocious, and Atlantic Dancer the trailer. 4 furlongs remaining. Far turn run. Heroes Medal. Now Gamekeeper has punched through toward the inside to engage this top runner. And Shibwe has been prominent throughout and is 3 wide with 3 furlongs to go. In the meantime, Prove Worthy comes on the scene in between. Route Runners down toward the inside. Game Warden 3 wide. Mount Craig is mounting a rally, but is spun out 5 wide by the quarter pole. They're off the turn. Shibwe comes away with the lead, but on the outside, Mount Craig is rallying, and Prove Worthy comes on between them. 1 furlong to go. Mount Craig to the front. Prove Worthy into the breach, into the lead. It's Prove Worthy in front at the 16th. Mount Craig back into second. Shibwe, Gamekeeper, Prove Worthy streaking under the wire to win it by 3. Mount Craig was second. Shibwe was third, and Gamekeeper was 4th. Atlantic Dancer was 5th.
Next time they run a 1.25 mile dirt race at Churchill Downs, you may see a similar image of Irad Ortiz in those green St. Elias colors, trained by Todd Pletcher. Prove Worthy, co-owned Mike Rapoli. Prove Worthy in the 9th at Churchill.
Yeah, big effort here. He was able to split horses nicely and a little pinball action too. Just a little rubbing his racing. Gets through and is able to draw away at the end of this 10 furlong extravaganza.
Putting away the 5, drawing away late. Prove Worthy. Graduating in his 3rd career start by Curlin. Curlin, who tried to win the Derby with very little experience. He broke from the 2 back in 2007 and got pinched back early. It cost him. Turned things around in the Preakness. Prove Worthy here. And with Shibwe, a nice side swipe of his own leaving the starting gate.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a little bumpity bump. Nice stretch run here from the winner, though, from Prove Worthy.
Mount Craig, who you liked, was right there, but at the end, too much Prove Worthy.
Yeah, he came from dead last at Mount Craig. Launched past them all, but eventually Prove Worthy was just too much for him. Lafitte?
His connections are pretty good.
They win some races.
Win a lot of races together. Forte, we'll see on Saturday, the 3-1 morning line favorite for the 149th Kentucky Derby. Thanks so much for joining us on America's Day at the Races. That'll wrap things up. Fun day of racing at Churchill. Johnny V, 3 wins. How fast was that? Philly Sharp Azteca. And then, well, that was Velasquez back-to-back. Coppola in the turf sprint, taking down the winner's share of a $125,000 purse. And the Derby, as the countdown continues, that's next Saturday. We'll see you next time.